Hello, hello, hello. Long time no see, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. We are here. Today we're looking at the University of Idaho murders. We're going to do a bit of a debate, possibly. We're going to review the evidence and talk about is BRYAN Kohberger innocent or guilty. This is by request. I was asked to do this for a long time, actually. So, welcome, everybody. Share this out, if you will. Please hit the like button when you come through the door. And once again, I want to reiterate, everybody in here, we will respect each other. Everybody has different thoughts and theories on this. Some people believe BRYAN's guilty. Some people believe BRYAN's innocent. Some people are in the middle, such as myself. But we are all adults. We are all smart people, and we will all respect each other. Please and thank you. I will not put up with anybody being rude or disrespectful to each other, and that's all that matters, guys. We can have an adult conversation at this point in this investigation without attacking each other. And that's how that's going to go, guys. I appreciate you guys so very much for joining us. I appreciate you guys for being awesome and being who you are. That being said, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. All right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. I appreciate you all so very much for joining us today. Again, please make sure that you hit that like button on your way through the door. Fingertips, elbows, knees, toes, whatever it takes to do it. Please do it if you will. And please share this out. Let everybody know we're hanging out, talking about in here today. Like I said, the University of Idaho murders, guys. We're going to be looking at and reviewing the evidence and talking about, is BRYAN Kohberger guilty or innocent? Is somebody else involved? Did somebody else do it? Or are you right down the middle, and do you believe that you don't know? Because that's kind of where I'm at. But hence the reason why we're going to debate this like adults, review the evidence, and talk about these things, guys. This far in November 13th of 2022 was a horrible day. We lost 4 beautiful souls that never got to start their life. There's a trial coming up on this. There is one singular person in custody for this. There's been a lot of stuff that has been talked about with this. All sorts of crazy stuff has happened. There's rabbit holes, this, that, everything else. We've tried to stick to the facts, and tried to keep it on a level ground. Okay. And we're going to continue that. There will be none. And I mean none, because you guys know better that I just don't do that in here. We don't victim bash. We're not going to be attacking the families, the victims, any of that kind of stuff. We're talking merely and solely about the suspect in question, the evidence or lack thereof. I'm sorry. And we're just going to talk about the whole situation from the beginning, how we get to this point. And if anybody decides, I'm going to open this up at some point, and if anybody wants to debate this, we're going to do that way as well. talk about different sides of the tracks and how it works out and how everybody feels. And we're gonna, like I said, because I'll just shut it down, you guys. I'd rather do that than have people hurt, attacking each other, and trying to say nasty things to each other. Which I do believe at this point that nobody's going to do that. This is way beyond that level at this point. There's been a lot of hearings going on, and we can pull up different things recently and old stuff to look at, to go over with this, so on and so forth. I think it could be an amazing conversation. And I think we're going to have that. That's what I'm looking for. And that's what I'm expecting, guys. And you guys, this community is amazing. This community can do that. I know that this channel, it's different in here than other channels with that stuff. So I have no worries with that whatsoever. So again, guys, please make sure to hit the button when you come in the door. Like this if you would. Share this out if you could, because you know you should. And we'll wait a few more minutes to see who else pops in here with us. While we're doing that, let's see who we have here. Raquel, welcome and congratulations for becoming part of the sauce. You were bought a membership a while back. I can't remember who did it. But congrats. Woke up in 1984. Great to see you. Wonderful to have you here. SRB baby is back in the house. Samir Dalby, wonderful to see you. Eddie, my brother Eddie, one maiden nut in the house. Wonderful to have you here, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. That's absolutely fine, sir. Sounds like a plan. Of course, I'll do that for you as I do. Let me see. Karma Police are in the house. Everybody needs to behave. Ray Knightley, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Cockney Cal 17. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. Michelle Weddle, welcome back, my dear. Great to see you. Miss Justice Jane's in the house. Guys, please hit that like button. Leave a little DNA there if you will. Please and thank you. Miss Rowena, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Virginia Wolf, my brother, good to have you here. Miss Licity J is back in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Tandy Powell, welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you all. There's the Doodlebug back in the house. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Nancy Drew's Mysteries back in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for being here again. Brutally Honest 1978 in the house, or 78, I'll say. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Leslie and Billy's in the house again. Thank you for joining us. You're all so very much appreciated. 28 peeps in the house, 21 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. And again, guys, share this out if you will. I think I got everybody so far. There he is. And Willard's in the house. Willie will be joining me here shortly as well. Miss Brandy B, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Tomboy Charm listening in the background while she's sewing. Welcome, Willie. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. What I'm going to do first and foremost before I do anything else, I'll start off. I'm going to bring Eddie up here by himself because he's more comfortable that way. I'll let him express his thoughts on that, and then we'll move forward to bringing the others up here with us together. That's how we're going to work this today, just to make sure that Eddie's comfortable. And I get it because I'm the same way. There's the tomboy. Hey. Thank you all for joining us. Sorry it took so long to put this together, you guys. I've had a lot of stuff going on, but here we are. 100%, Willie. This was your idea too, bro. 100%. And it's always just a thing. It's just a thing, bro. Same as I would do on your channel, you know. Sounds good, Brutally. Sounds good. Thank you all for being here. Again, please hit the like button and share this out if you would. I appreciate it. Let's get them all. Let's get everybody in here. Everybody and anybody. We can have that conversation. Like I said, we're going to go back to the very beginning. November 13th, 2022. And start from there as to what went down what didn't go down, what happened and what shouldn't have happened, what evidence there is, and what evidence there's a lack for thereof. Okay. And what we've heard recently, guys, this is why we're doing this. There's been so many things that have come out recently that has made us go, wait a minute, what? How? Why? When? Where? What? Okay. And that's another reason why we're doing this. So thank you all so very much for joining us for this. And if this goes over well, of course, we will do it again. Give me one moment. All right, all right. Come on in. There's the mama bear. She'll be joining us here shortly. Referee, we won't need that. We won't need that. Virginia Wolf, a good. Yeah. Again, good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Kind of excited for this, you guys, because we get to talk about things we haven't talked about in a long time, and we get to look at it in a different format, in a different way, and talk about why this wasn't talked about then, or why it wasn't brought out, I should say. Good afternoon and welcome back, Miss Amy. Good to have you here. Good to see you. So, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna drop this link real quick. I'm gonna allow Eddie to pop up here first. Okay, we'll get that taken care of. That's right. There's no sides at this point. It's a good way to put it, Willie. So nobody else. I don't want anybody else to grab this link but Eddie at this moment. When we're done, when Eddie's done, speaking on what he feels, I'm gonna pin the link and then we can bring everybody up. Miss Cassie is in the house and her sassiness. Hello, and welcome back, dear. All right, Eddie, grab the link, brother. Come on up and let's do this. As soon as Eddie speaks his mind, I'll pin that in the chat, throw everything together, and then everybody comes up together after that. So that will work for me. Yes, Miss Amy. Welcome. Willard. It's gonna be good to have you up here, Willie, and have this conversation. I always enjoy these conversations. I really do. It should be good. And anybody else? I don't know if Sonny's gonna be joining us or not. Miss Peggy Breidenbach, welcome back to you. Welcome, Lee. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here. And again, guys, share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Tell them it's going to be a good talk. Come on. All right. Okay, SRB, go ahead, dear. We're not going nowhere. Be careful out there. All right, go ahead. Whenever you're ready, Eddie, go ahead and click that link, guys. I have to grab something. I'm not going nowhere. I'll be right back. All right. You got it all good, Eddie? Like I said, guys, there's been some new stuff that's been dropped recently. Some stuff that has changed from what we initially believed. Well, we were told, from the beginning, there's been a lot of doubts about different things. Oh, okay. Connection issues. I got you. All right. Well, I will go ahead and pin that link then for now. And if and when he gets things worked out, we'll get it rolling at that point in time. No worries. Sounds good, Eddie. All right, we got Eddie anyway. There we go. All right, guys. So we're just gonna keep him by himself up here for right now until we get through what we talk about there, and then we'll open it up to everyone. So, how we doing, sir? It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Good to see you.
Absolutely the same. Wonderful to have you here, brother. I hope everything is well. Happy New Year. I hope you had a great holiday.
We're having really good weather today. I don't know about you.
It's not snowing and it's not minus below zero, so that's all I'm gonna say. I'm grateful for that, but no snow, no sun, and it's still cold. So at that point, I'm okay. I'll deal with it.
It's like a warm spring day. It's perfect. There's no wind. Sunshine.
Wow.
Yeah. And in contrast to the weather we just had.
Yeah.
It's pretty much shorts and t-shirt for everybody up here.
Right. You're not the you're in are you in Minnesota?
That's right.
That's what I thought. Okay. So yeah. Cold weather is a regularity, and so yeah, the warm spring day stuff is like being. See, I hate when that happens though. Like at this time of year here, because we get that from time to time. When we do, everybody gets excited. They get spring fever, and then the next week after, everything freezes again, and everybody's in a bad mood. You know what I mean? So it happens. But good for you. I'm glad you at least got something good to look forward to. It's awesome.
So let's start. I'm going to assume everyone is, on the same wavelength as far as their background in this case.
We've all, like I said, we've all been through 2 years of this at this point. We've all, yeah. Real quick, welcome, JS. Good to see you. Let's see. Somebody else popped in. North Carolina Mountain Man. Welcome. Good to have you here. And anybody else that's popped in that I didn't see, welcome. I'll catch up with you. And thank you all for The people that are not in chat that are just watching from the background, thank you as well. We appreciate you so much. So yeah, go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry, bud.
So let me interact with the chat a little bit. I know they like that. Engage their brain a little bit. So put a 1 in chat if you think the blood evidence found from the handrail or the glove exists anymore.
That's a good way to put that.
Or a
Welcome
2,
back, Mom.
of course, if you think it's just disappeared.
Meaning it's just it no longer exists, or it's just they can't find it right now.
It's absolutely gone. It doesn't
Gone.
exist. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a good. I like how you put that. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to say, I'll even play along too.
Yeah. So while they're doing that, we'll talk about a couple different topics today, but my take on that latest hearing that we had was, I'm taking away that, way back when some of us, and, if the shoe fits, then wear it. And I'm not saying this, keep in mind to say that I'm right. I'm not the type of person that has to be right. I try to be right, but if I'm wrong, I'll, of course, correct my mistake and be quick to do it and humble enough to do it. So, but my takeaway from that hearing is way back when we said that Brian Kohberger was innocent, and think of what we had at that time. This is about coming up on 2 years now when some of us first said that. And it took a lot of courage to say that because there was a lot of pushback.
Oh,
mind that.
There still is, yes, and there was a lot more then, I think, than now. But yes, I agree.
But my takeaway of this latest hearing is the intuition that guided us to believe that at that time with what little we had is amazing to me. So let's move on to talking about Dylan.
Okay. First talking topic here with you, Dylan. All right. I'm taking notes, by the way, just so I have stuff for later.
So all along, I've believed that Dylan may have been coerced in some way to make that statement. And I still believe that, but I think I can describe it with a more accurate defining term. And that is coached.
Okay.
She was coached.
Good way to put it. Yes.
And I'm not even going to say I think. I know it, so I'm going to say it. So
you have that right, sir. Absolutely.
How can I be so sure on that? And the way is because if you look at the way she's absolutely stonewalling the investigators, right? Like, let's say that you were an investigator and she was there before you and you're interviewing her and she's giving you this stuff, right? Oh, I was, every excuse in the book. She was drunk. Oh, I thought I was dreaming it. I may or may not have seen it. I don't know. Someone may or may not have. So
right.
Notice that she's suffering from the same convenient type of affliction, this amnesia that the other two police officers on the stand suffer from, and that the FBI, when it's convenient for them, if you know, they also suffer from at times when they're on the stand being questioned.
Yeah, we've seen Payne on the stand answering 9 out of 10 questions with I don't know, I can't remember, I'm not sure. So yes, I agree with you.
So now keep in mind that not only does law enforcement and the investigators go with it, but they add to it and embellish it even the more. So
Okay.
they include what she's saying, which is again a coached statement, into the PCA.
Mm-hmm.
So who, ask yourself, is the guilty one? Who is the one guilty of lying? Is it Dylan or is it the investigators?
Or is it the investigators? It's a good question. It's a very good point, too, because if we go along with what you're saying there, and if she was coached, okay, not coerced, but coached, that basically states that they're the ones that built the narrative for her to speak on, per se, and put words in her mouth. But you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it could make sense. It does. It absolutely. Hey, Stevie, good to see you. It could 100%.
Now, if you guys want to put a 1 in the chat, if you think Dylan was drunk, feel free to do that if you're comfortable with doing that, or just answer within your own thoughts. If you think she was drunk.
Can I give an answer real quick to that?
Sure can. Absolutely.
I think she heard everything. I do, and I will. I don't think that I don't think the statement in the PCA is remotely correct. And I don't think that the way it was put into the PCA, well, first off, we do know many things were kept from the PCA, and I do understand, and I know, because I know there's people that are going to say this, they don't put everything in there. Okay, great. I get that. But there were some important things I feel that were not put in there. So that's why I say I think that I don't know that she was drunk. And if she was, I don't believe she was that whole time. Let me put it that way, okay? That's a long period of time to stay drunk, unless you're continuously drinking, which I don't believe that was the case. So I don't think so. I think she heard a lot. That's my opinion.
So here's some truths about Dylan. They needed an alibi for the timeline. She must not be alarmed about anything during the alleged time of the crime to account for the 8-hour delay in not calling 911. They also need her to not be able to identify and I got the air quotes, the perpetrator with any specifics. Also, after the Franks and suppression hearing, I've learned that, again, air quotes,
Say that last part one more time, Eddie.
Can you hear me? Am I connected?
Yeah, I hear you, bud. I just didn't hear the last part you said.
That's all right. My phone might have kind of went into sleep mode, possibly. But the last one is after the Franks. Is that kind of where we left off? The Franks hearing, I've learned that officially, as opposed to whatever is the true case, she must not be capable of identifying the real perpetrators. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's the real perpetrators out there, and officially, she is. That's what law enforcement is going to go with, and that's what she's going to go with. So officially, she was drunk. She was in her mind. She was dreaming this and thought it in her nightmare, and in all of these crazy things that she said while stonewalling. So officially, she must never, whether she was even in the house or not, she must never be able to identify the real perpetrators. Does that make sense? Everybody tracking with that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, the next fact about Dylan is that she's being used.
Okay. And I'm imagining you're talking about law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think she will ever be required to go on the stand because, again,
let me ask you something before you go forward with that, Eddie, because I did want to ask you this too. I was going to ask everybody this. There was a closed hearing that just happened last week. One of the before we had these recent ones, they had a couple closed, but whatever. And I've seen around YouTube other people talking about this and that. Do you guys think that Bethany and Dylan may have testified already in that closed hearing? Not testified, but well, yeah, in a sense, testified about certain things. Because I've seen other people talking about this, and then I thought about some things, and there's supposed to be a what do you call that with the words? Jesus, I can't think right this second. I got so much going on in my head right this second. Eddie, I'm sorry. 1 second.
right.
When they put it out and it's just the words from the conversation. Anyway,
Transcript.
Transcript. Thank you. Sorry, I'm such an idiot sometimes. Anyway, there's supposedly going to be some transcripts that are going to be released.
Yes.
Whether it is that's what it entails, I don't know, but I've seen people thinking that it could be. And I wonder if there has been, yes, the subpoena to testify over Zoom. I wonder if that was possibly what that was. That's the question. My question was to you, Eddie, as well as everybody else. I see people answering in the chat, but you, what do you think, sir? Do you think they possibly have been there?
Possibly. I would say possibly Bethany, but Dylan, I don't think so. Because to what purpose? If I know this about Dylan, then of course Ann Taylor knows. Now, if it is in fact true that she was coached, and I'll leave it to your imagination as to coached by who, but by who else? Who else has been in charge of this whole thing from day one, and who has the power? Right? Who is the man behind the curtain, so to speak? So, if this is true, well, Anne, of course, would know that. And I mean, for what purpose would she put Dylan on the stand? Is Dylan, do you think, going to be more afraid of perjuring herself, or more afraid of death? Right? She's gonna say whatever she was told to say, and she's never gonna break from that.
Understood.
So Anne knows this, and I mean, if Anne were to put her on the stand, it wouldn't be to try to get out of her, what did you really see? Because again, Dylan's staying with what she was told to stay with. So if Anne puts her on the stand, it'll be for something like, were you coached? But then again, that would just endanger her life. So whatever purpose Anne would have for questioning Dylan, she's going to, whatever the end result of that would be, she's going to have to go about it in a different, the saying, there's two ways to skin a cat, or there's more than one way to skin a cat. So whatever her end is in trying to impress something or another on the jury, she's going to have to go about it in a different way than to question Dylan, because there's no purpose there. Dylan is just an actor.
I still okay, and I get that. I do believe at some point we're gonna have to hear clear-cut testimony from Dylan and or Bethany. Period. That's just, I do have a strong feeling with that. I agree, or I do truly believe that. Welcome, Nelly. Good to see you. Twiz, good to see you. Jeffrey, good to see you, my friend. Wow, all you guys, wonderful to have you guys here. I appreciate you, Phil. No worries. I'll see you when you get back. Thank you so much.
Last two things I'll say about Dylan is
you're fine.
She's innocent. Okay. Everyone needs to know that.
Innocent as far as being involved and doing anything. Okay. Just to clarify.
So, I mean, let's be real. Even if her part was to, like, say, open the door, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, do you think she did that? Like, do you think she's the mastermind? Do you think this is all her concoction, right? If she did something like open a door, that doesn't make her guilty because, again, you got the entire law enforcement, going with this thing.
Yeah,
right?
I don't. I understand, and I definitely don't believe that she is the conspirator for this. If she was,
Yep.
at all, not at
Yep.
all. Um, and I've never thought that. If there is an involvement with her, she's definitely not the one. She was just slightly involved per se. If there was that involvement, and understand everything, I got to say this real quick. Everything we're talking about in here today, because other than the facts that we speak on, everything else is purely alleged, absolute speculation based on what we've seen, heard, and the factual information. That's all. So I want to make sure that's clarified. But go ahead. She's definitely not a mastermind. So that's what I want to clarify with that statement too. Anyway, go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So she's untouchable, so to speak. If you
I
follow my
understand.
meaning.
No, I understand what you feel. Yes, sir.
Um,
Nellie says real quick, I will say this for two girls to not call 911 when this happened. She doesn't believe that they were afraid for their lives. And I do have to kind of agree with that. Okay. I do. I have to agree with that. You opened the door 3 times. You were in a uh frozen state of shock, whatever the hell it was. I can't remember this and that, but you didn't call 911. And I've argued that from the beginning. So I don't feel that she was afraid for her life in that sense. I don't think there was a fear level at that level. So sorry, go ahead, bud.
and keep in mind, that's approaching this problem like everything is authentic. Like, where did you get, and I don't mean to put anyone on the stand, but where did you get that information? What is your source? Because the source would be the PCA. And you have to ask yourself at this point, are we using the PCA as a source of facts anymore when time and again, that source, which is, the state, if you will, or the law enforcement, the
I'm gonna say
prosecution, time and again, they have lied. Now, if I lied to you time and time again, would you believe the next thing I said to you? One lie is enough to question all truths, right?
mm-hmm.
So at this point, we're 2 years into this. We really have to be careful about what we use as our source for these facts.
Right.
But I don't mean to get on my soapbox and lecture.
No, I understand. I understand. Mom, I mean at the time, excuse me, at the time that this was going on, I don't think she was. After the fact, possibly when she realized or knew or found out what all went on, sure, I'm sure at that point, 100%, I agree with you. But during, maybe, there's a couple different variations of what I feel may have gone on during that situation. Is why I'm kind of back and forth with this. Is what I'm saying. So anyway, um, but I do understand what you're saying, Mom. As far as that, it does, that makes sense, and it should. So go ahead.
Most of you recall Channel Creator during the beginning months of this tragedy. He was really good, and he had many insightful points. Subconscious mouth.
I remember him. Yeah.
One of the thoughts he impressed time and again was, if you take this case and strip it down to the bare metal,
Mm-hmm.
what facts are we able to stand on?
Right.
So, with that in mind, earlier I said put a 1 in chat if you think Dylan was drunk. We'll now put 1 in chat if you think Dylan was required to give a blood alcohol test.
To prove whether or not she was under the influence. Okay.
Right. And you don't have to do that. That would be ridiculous. Of course, they didn't. And even if they did, we would never know anyway. I don't even think that all of her statements have been recorded.
I don't think so. I think there's a lot more that she may have said. Well, first off, going back to the PCA statement, at this point, the PCA to me is garbage, guys. It's been washed in the washing machine 72 different times and washed and put in the dryer. It's just it seems to be Swiss cheese now completely. And I followed the PCA as best I could because that's what we're supposed to do. But now hearing these other things and seeing these other things, it just everything slowly but surely is being taken out of that PCA. What's left? There's nothing really left of it for us to follow. There's 2 of them, by the way, in my opinion, and there's changes from both of them. There's one from Payne, and then there's the other one. I would call it, I guess it's not really a PCA, but it's an affidavit that was put together by the other officer that was there first, I believe. I can't think of his name right now. I'm sorry. It's gonna drive me nuts. But anyway, so both of the statements that were written out are both garbage, kind of, in my opinion, at this point. And it's hard to follow either one of them at that point. So go ahead. Again, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to interject with things that I feel at the same time.
Oh no.
Bleeker, thank you. Yes, Officer Bleeker. That's the other one. Bleeker. Either one of them, Jeff or Tomboy, whatever name it was. I can't remember exactly at this point, but yes, that's the other officer.
Lastly, I'll give you guys something to think about. Maybe help me come up with ideas, kind of a homework assignment, if you will. And it's also something that'll make you go, as well. So, this latest hearing and Miss Massoff, whatever they're asking up there, I have, point by point, taken notes and then tried to surmise as to, what the purpose of them talking about that. For example, Murphy. We all remember them talking about Murphy briefly. They're not up there wasting everyone's time and just speaking to hear themselves talk. So I think that the takeaway for Murphy would be, well, I feel like the crime scene was manipulated. That's quite possibly what the takeaway is there, or maybe something to do with the timeline as well, or maybe both.
Well, the crime scene was definitely damaged, period. There's just no 2 ways about that, in my opinion. It was tampered with. I'm not saying it was done on purpose, but in a sense, I'm saying that it was ruined. The crime scene's ruined. Before the police came on scene, the first officer showed up. Whatever that crime scene has been tampered with, it's done. Okay, so there's the first issue right there. So with that, and we've heard different things. You brought up Murphy, and I struggle with this. I know some people have brought good things to mind, and I've thought about them, and they do make sense to an extent. But in the beginning, we hear Murphy's found inside a locked room with the door shut. Then we hear that that's not true, that Murphy is found with the door open. Now, whether that door was left open all night long, or whether that door was opened when one or more of these kids showed up at the house that were called before police got there and went in and opened the door, I still struggle with the fact that Murphy stayed in that room, other than a couple smart people brought to my attention that there are animals that would have fear of a situation after maybe hearing some trauma go on before that they don't want to come out of that room. I get that. Okay. But that's different than what we're told. So therefore there's things that have changed again with that situation as well. So I just wanted to address that as well, since you brought that up too, bud.
Mm-hmm. So using that same logic and method, when we think about when she was questioning Corporal Brett Payne about, walk us through your experience when you got into Pennsylvania. And he started at about 7 o'clock is when he arrived, and he was there. He attended the briefing, how they're going to do this thing. And
Right.
And then she asked him if he was in the neighborhood of Brian Kohberger's parents, and he denied that. And then
Right.
she asked him that again a second time. Notice. Now, follow this here. So he goes. What is it, about 2,000 or 2,500 miles?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, based on what I've heard so far. Yes.
Yeah, that's a long way. And he's been working on this case, right? I mean, he's finally gonna go and confront this monster who has killed all these people, right? And he's tracked him down all the way across the country. And this is his moment. He is the lead investigator. So he doesn't go to the neighborhood, and while he's driving, by the way, I'm curious as to driving from where, because keep in mind when this thing happened, it was what, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like this.
Right. No knock.
Yeah. So it's dark at night, so this drone is going to just capture the darkness and maybe the taillights of the Bearcat going down the driveway. But it surely won't get anything from inside of the house. But he's watching it. So he's watching at the best a choppy feed of just a vehicle pulling up into the front lawn.
And it was stated at some point. I heard that there were snipers watching the house, through windows, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Just to throw that out there too, as well. So, yes, right. I see what you're saying, though.
So now comes the time where Corporal Brett Payne is at the barracks and waiting for this boogeyman to show up.
Okay.
And it's not even him who interviews. It is Detective Gilbertson. So it's almost like, he struck out 3 times. There was, he doesn't even go into the neighborhood. And this drone feed is choppy and it's useless. And as the lead detective, he doesn't even get to question his man. That's bad luck in my book, right?
Yeah, I don't understand either why he didn't do the interview either, the initial interview, but I agree.
So my point is they're asking him all this stuff for a reason. Is it because, I feel like he was in the neighborhood. Otherwise, why ask him that twice? But what is the purpose of him trying to say that he wasn't in the neighborhood?
That's a good question.
I can't figure it out. And as far as the interview goes, so that brings us back to, do y'all recall about these requests? She wanted to get this interview that was done by Brett Payne in the Discovery. Do you recall that, Dago? Are you there, Dago?
Yeah, I'm here. You can't hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you recall about the phone interview with Brett Payne? Do you recall way back when we were talking about that?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. For those of you that have forgotten it, Ann Taylor wanted to have the state give over this discovery, and she specifically asked for the Brett Payne interview. And then about a week later, they responded with, and I'll paraphrase, here it is, here you go. And by the way, that was on May 4th, 23, the motion to compel. That's the first supplemental request for discovery. She wants the Brett Payne interview. And then the state's response on 5/12. So about a week later, they said, here you go. Here it is. I'm paraphrasing.
No, I get it.
Word for word, though, they responded, Payne's interview with Mr. Kohberger to the defense. The state will provide any related reports and or notes as they are received and reviewed. So about a month later, in the second motion to compel, they answered back and they said, the state responded that they provided audiovisual 1, 2, 3. However, the recordings is an in-person interview with FBI agents rather than the phone interview done by Moscow police.
Mm-hmm.
And then about a month later, the state responds and says, the state has been informed that the phone interview was completed by S.A. Shirley, who confirmed this reference phone interview was not recorded. So the point is, it almost feels like in Pennsylvania, Brett Payne was avoiding Bryan Kohberger. So
is it that, or do you think maybe he wasn't? Maybe he. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. As if maybe he wasn't comfortable being the one to approach Bryan.
Well, was he avoiding Bryan for some reason because Bryan might recognize his voice? Like, would there have been a phone interview after the arrest? That doesn't.
The previous interview that he had. Yeah. Okay. I see where you're going. Gotcha. So
Brett Payne is there in Pennsylvania, and we have to assume that Detective Gilbertson, after he Mirandized Bryan Kohberger, did a person-to-person interview. And
of course.
So why would there be a telephone interview after the arrest? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I mean, I understand. I see what you're saying. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, was there a phone interview before he left Pullman?
Well, I believe that it was stated at some point that somebody, I'm not sure if it was Payne or not, I think it was, did have a conversation with him via the phone. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. Be nice about it. We're being nice in here today, please, to each other as well. I'm watching the chat. I see you guys. Calm down. But yeah, I think that they had initially, when they first contacted him and spoke to him, there was a phone interview that happened at the initial contact with him. If I'm wrong, if I'm right, I may be wrong.
You might be wrong. I don't know if there is any facts on that. I don't have them. All we have is those dates that I gave you moments ago, where Bryan Kohberger somehow seems to recall a phone interview by Brett Payne, specifically by name, and then notice how the state reacted to that. It was very inauthentic. Like, initially it was like, here you go.
That's a good question. It's a good curiosity. I'll say that much. Definitely makes me curious.
Well, now with everything we know, because we know that Bryan Kohberger was out driving a white Elantra, and he was also not only in Pullman, but I think we have learned enough that he was possibly also in Moscow that night, not at the time of the crime. No, don't get carried away. with
Of
what I'm
course.
saying.
Of course.
Otherwise, they'd surely have proof of that. But so think of Bryan Kohberger's mindset. He, when Moscow police are petitioning the public, beyond the,
Let me fix something real quick, Eddie. But hold your thought for a second. I'm sorry. I see people are saying that Payne had no jurisdiction in Pennsylvania. That's understood, guys. But it is his case that he came to PA to pick up with. Okay, so I understand that's possibly. I know people are saying that that's probably why. Hang on, Nelly, until Eddie's done. Eddie doesn't like to have other people around. It makes him nervous. So as soon as he's done, I'll bring everybody up, guys. It's all right. Just give me a few minutes, Nelly. But yeah, so I understand what people are saying about jurisdictional stuff like that. But being that it's his case, they would still, I would think, even because I've seen this done in other cases. If you have a case in New York, okay, and the person ends up in South Dakota, they bring that investigator in on the situation. Typically, it's their case initially, okay. So that's what I'm curious. That's what I'm saying is that, why did that not happen that way?
Yeah.
Jurisdiction or not, they still would bring that investigator in because it's his case. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've all watched enough TV. We watch U.S. Marshals with Lenny DePaul, and
Right.
he goes all over the country. Heck, he goes out of the country. He goes into Central and South America to get fugitives from justice, and he's right there, right? He's Johnny on the spot. But consider Bryan Kohberger's mindset. Would it be a possibility that resulting from law enforcement seeking the community's help in identifying a vehicle matching the description of a 2011 through 2013 white Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate on December 7th, that Bryan, with his mindset, hey, I'm out driving a 2015 white Elantra, and I'm in, the late night hours, early morning hours, driving around. So
right.
I know that my car is a 2015, but it looks, it's almost indistinguishable. And although I know it, look at all my neighbors. I park it out here in this apartment building parking lot, and there's 100 neighbors that don't know my model year. So just to head off any confusion and having 100 people calling about my car,
Of course. Yeah.
I'm just going to call in and take care of that confusion and say, hey, this is me. Mine's a 2015, come check it out, whatever. Calling because it looks, very similar. So there you go. And then can you imagine them knowing that this is the guy that they're framing, but they have to gaslight him. But imagine what they would have to say to gaslight him, because they're not ready to pull the trigger on this thing yet, right? We're going to arrest you, but just not today, right? We're not ready.
Yeah.
They're going to tell him something. I wonder if that's the phone interview, if it happened that way, or maybe it's just my imagination.
No. It could be. That's a good point. It is a good point, and it could be that way. It could have been. We don't know because we don't know. But that's a very good point. It's definitely something to think about for sure.
Well, lastly, I'll just leave you all with this, and I've never really done this, and I don't want to control what people think. Or police these YouTube streets on what people think about this case. But so I'm going to stoop here a little bit, and I just feel compelled to say, because we're getting to this point. We have to be careful of what we say and believe in this case, because it has.
Right. You there? Or did you just, what happened? Did you drop?
Okay, I'm back. My phone kind of went to sleep again. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Take care, Jeff.
So
thank you for the super chat.
I'll pick it up with, the damage caused by echoing some of these things the damage done might be difficult to recover for Bryan Kohberger, because we're getting close to the hour now we're like at the goal line. So I ask all of you who are on the fence still, the 50-50ers, if you will.
Right.
You know, those of the opinion, if it's really him, I hope he pays for it. But they shouldn't violate our constitutional rights in the process. Although that's true, and that's a great mindset. No one would argue that. But in this case, is different. It's kind of a dangerous position because that's almost assuming that the crime scene is authentic and the evidence in the crime scene is authentic. So I ask you to ask yourself, at what point does it click? What more do you need to see? Because all the evidence for us to be able to piece together, limited as it might be, is out there. It is not his car on King Road circling around. He was not in the area at the time. His mobile device did not travel east on Moscow-Pullman Highway, so that is not his car captured on video near Floyd's cannabis shop.
Well, there's also talk of the secondary car that was there leaving that area before his car too. So that's another piece of information that's been brought out recently that makes you second guess that situation as well. So go ahead.
So that is not his knife sheath, and therefore that is not his DNA. We know, although many have suspected it for a long time, that there wasn't even a real investigation done. So I ask again, what is the turning point for you to wait and see the outcome of the trial? What if the verdict of the jurors is guilty, like Richard Allen?
And that's a very huge possibility. I've even said that I feel, for some reason at this point, that that's possibly what's going to happen, guys, unless there's a way for the defense to show. And I've said I'm still on the fence, and I am still on the fence. Okay, I'm still on the fence only because I have to give it both sides to see and hear what they're going to say. Now, here's my thing though. At this point, because I have not seen anything else, I don't expect to see anything from the prosecution. I could be wrong. I probably am possibly wrong, but I don't expect to see anything from the prosecution, but I still got to wait and see what happens via the trial, of course. But with everything that's been coming out recently, guys, it's kind of reiterating what I've felt in a sense and why I'm on the fence, because I don't see how they got this man in custody for committing this crime. I just don't. Just because they say he did this doesn't prove to me that he did, is what I'm saying, okay? They don't have enough, in my opinion, of course, evidence, okay? They just don't seem to have enough evidence to prove that this guy did this. And I want there to be somebody found guilty of this by all means, because these victims deserve that as well, you know, as do their families, 100%. But not if it's not the right person, is all I was saying. So, that's kind of how I feel at that point. I have to wait. Now, if the prosecution comes with, which I don't see this happening, you guys, I've said this 100 times already, because they've done nothing thus far that I've seen that has proven anything. Everything that's been thrown out there has been discounted to an extent, to a point, okay? Everything, almost. So, the only thing that's left now at this point, which is what you were just talking about, Eddie, is the DNA on this supposed sheath, with a TH. That's what I was saying. And I still have questions about that because of the type of DNA that it is, the place that they found it, and how they found it, and how they got to it. Okay. So there is why I am still on the fence, because that's truly the only thing that's left. We've seen everything thrown to the side to this point, except for that. And that has many questions attached to it as well. That's my feeling on it.
So, yeah, again, ask yourself, are you going to get mad if there's a guilty verdict? And if
No.
so, Why?
No, not by. Am I gonna get mad if they find him guilty? I can't. I can't because first off, it doesn't matter what I think, but I'm gonna question it just like I've questioned the Delphi verdict. I have a lot of questions, and it does bother me, but that's a way different situation than this, in my opinion. They have so much less on that man over there. But again, at the same time, guys, if you think about what I'm saying right now, truly with what we've seen recently, they don't have it here either. So I don't think I'll be mad. I think I'll be disappointed. I'll put it that way. Unless, like I said, they show something. That's what I'm waiting to see. That's truly what I'm waiting to see, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. And the more I see coming out during these hearings, it makes it even even more of a stronger feeling. So
So I'll part with this. Imagine what little bit we know about this case, and it's more and more all the time. But
right.
if you had full access to the court record, such as a judge,
yeah,
how you would know he is innocent.
Wait, say that one more time.
Well, I mean, our intuition tells us that he is innocent. And who are we? I would say, describing myself, of average intelligence. I'd like to think so. I'm sure some people are above average intelligence, and that's great. But the judge has got very high intelligence.
Yeah.
If we know with what little access to the court record we have, and just our intuition tells us the truth, him with full access, you know that he knows the truth.
I think he's pointed that you're talking about the judge. I think he's pointed things out now that he stated are problems with this. And as hard as he has been per se on the defense, I think he's going to be the same way the other side too. I don't think that he's going to. A lot of people disagree with me, and I respect that. You guys we don't have to agree. It's okay. But I think he did point out some things that he said are problems, and it goes in the direction of the defense is a positive, is what I'm trying to say. I can't think today. Sorry. And he said they need to be addressed per se, not his words, but I'm just saying. And I think he's seeing certain things that he's not comfortable with yet, or at this point, not yet, but at this point that need to be corrected. And I think that's why he has said made certain statements that he has. So I don't know. And I have a feeling that I'll say this first and foremost, but I think that at this point I do kind of almost wonder, and I almost kind of feel like the Franks is going to get approved. I think he's going to approve that. I do. Welcome, Angel D. Good to see you. Kimber, welcome. Good to see you as well, Miss Girl. And I'll get to you guys here in one moment. But yes, I feel like he may approve it because I think he's seeing some things that he's not comfortable with. I'll just put it that way.
Well, I will hop down now. I want to thank you. This has been very kind of you for accommodating me like this. It surely makes for a better work product. So I know you understand, and
yes, I do.
That's been very kind of you. But I could talk about it all day long. As you know, I'd love to stay, but there's others that I'm sure want to.
No, I know, and I understand your comfort zone, and I respect it. I always have, sir. I appreciate your input. I always have. I always love to hear what you have to say about it. Truly, and you're always welcome. You know that, no matter what we're looking at or talking about. But I know this is your circle here, so I get it. It's wonderful to see you as always, my friend.
Likewise. We'll have to do this more often.
I think I'm going to be down since certain things are popping up here in this that we're going to be doing, because I've had a lot of requests for this. So there's that too.
Well, Dago, you have a great day, and thanks again for having me on.
Absolutely. And of course, you're welcome to hang out in the chat with everybody, Eddie, as well. So I appreciate you joining us and love having you here, brother. Always.
I'll be in chat.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much, Eddie. I appreciate you. Miss Kimber, welcome. Angel D, it's great to see you. Bombshell, great to have you here. One moment. Also, let me go ahead and bring Miss Nelly up here real quick. Give me one moment, Nelly. I'm sorry. Twiz, good to see you, brother. Hold on here. I swear I seen it. Shoot, Bombshells in the house. Welcome back to you. Be real good to see you. That link is pinned if anybody else would like to join us. I don't think Nelly has any issues with others being up here while she's up here. American Princess, wonderful to see you as well. Happy Hounds, welcome back to you. It's been a while. Mountain Man, great to see you. All of you, I appreciate very much for joining us today. There's 109 people in here, guys. Please, if you will, let me double check to make sure it doesn't change. There's 54 likes, so please, if you can, hit that like button when you come through the door. I would greatly appreciate it. It's so very helpful if you could. You guys are amazing for joining us, and I've missed a lot of you, and I greatly appreciate you all joining us. So how are you, Miss Nelly?
Well, I'm good, thank you, Jacob. I've got a really creaky chair, so if you hear weird creaking,
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounded like you were kind of far away for a minute, hon.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
sorry. Yeah, really, thank you for having me up. I haven't been around for so long. I popped in a few nights ago, and yeah, I was hoping Eddie would stay up there. It's always great to hear Eddie.
Oh, I know. He just gets a little nervous with a lot of people around him, and it's hard for him to express himself then.
Okay,
so that's why he does it like that. Well, right.
Sure. Well, hi, Eddie. Yeah. I've got so many questions after this hearing, and I wonder if anyone can clear this up for me. It's a hearing for Frank's motion. So the judge kept saying, if there's DNA that matches, though, then there's probable cause. But I thought Frank's motion was if cops lied anyway. Do you know what I mean?
I think, and I could be corrected on this. Truly wonderful. What's up, Mr. Monster? Good to have you in here listening to. I think that, from my understanding, and I might be wrong. If I am, please correct me, anyone. But yeah, I do believe the Franks is if there is an issue within law enforcement or something like that, that they're there basically to call that out and fix it. You know what I mean? Make it known. So that's what my understanding was too, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought if they're shown to manipulate evidence, mislead, leave things out, lie.
Yes, right.
Shouldn't someone be held accountable for that? Regardless
Agreed.
of whether one section of it was okay for probable cause. And of course, we had the prosecution stating clearly that they wanted to leave the DNA out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. It's only because the judge kept saying, but if there's DNA, there's probable cause. If there's DNA, there's probable cause. But I thought, well, what if it's also full of lies? I don't know where it stands. I wondered if anyone...
I mean, I agree. He did seem kind of stuck on that. Okay.
Yeah.
He kept going back to that. And that did bother me a little. I agree with you. Here, Miss Page just said a Frank's hearing is a court proceeding that determines if a police officer lied to obtain a search warrant. And the hearing is named after the landmark case Frank versus Delaware, 1978. Thank you so very much, lovely Miss Page. I appreciate that. And I knew it was in those lines. And that's, in a sense, what Ann was talking about, per se. So, accountability for that, there should be. And that's your question, how does that happen? And what happens at that point? If it was proven that there was a lie told or there was deceivement happening that happened that brought about this warrant, what did they do in that aspect? Is that what you're asking, Nelly? Like, where is the accountability held at that point?
Well, it's kind of a two-way thing. It's like, if the court decided that the DNA was enough for probable cause, that's one thing. But if they had enough in that for probable cause,
Mm-hmm.
what about all the other stuff that might have been lies. So it's the fact he kept saying, well, if there's DNA that matches its probable cause. I didn't think it was just about probable cause. I thought it was about whether someone was lying. I suppose I'm saying let's split the PCA in two. One is there's DNA and a magistrate will go, yeah, okay, there's DNA that matched, that's probable cause. The other half of the PCA is lies. So how does that work? The judge just seemed to be focused on, well, if there's probable cause for DNA, then what's the problem?
I'm kind of asking that question with you at this point.
Okay.
Why did he repeatedly? That was going to be part of one of the topics we were going to talk about. Why he kept kind of ignoring the other things and kept going back to that. I get that. I'm not saying,
that's what I'm confused about, definitely.
And I'm, like I said, I think I'm asking that question with you, Nellie, because I was sitting here going, but why are you not saying okay with this, but you keep going back to this? We get that, Judge. We understand that, but what's up with this? You know what I mean? So yes, I'm there with you on that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. It almost seems like he was avoiding that situation per se. I don't want to believe that, but at this point, because I kind of felt like I was hoping this judge was going to be fair and he wasn't going to be such a lackadaisy judge, and that in my opinion, I felt that Judge was. He was a lot more relaxed and a lot more laid back, and it wasn't so focused as Hitler is. And I thought that would split it down the middle. They would be fair on both sides, but I don't know. I don't know. We haven't seen everything from him yet. And again, this is just my opinion, and nobody needs to get upset or try to cut my ears off or anything. But I'm just saying that's a good question. If anybody has an answer, throw it out there, please. And again, the link is pinned in chat. Anybody else that would like to join us up here, come on up here, Willie. And anybody else that wants to join us, please. You don't have issues with other people being up here, right, Nellie?
Not at all. No.
I didn't think so. Just double checking. So
more the merrier.
Yes. And so, no, that's a good question. Why would he not? I get it, Mom. I get it. I love you. I love you. Why was he not, like, he kept focusing on that one specific thing? Like, he didn't want to hear this. But if there's DNA, there's probable cause. But if there's DNA, there's probable cause. That's all he kept going back to. Willie was just back in here, SRB. I don't know if he's going in and out or what, but
yeah, but
I get it.
If there's lies, there's lies.
Yeah, and that's something that should be addressed. And maybe he's uncomfortable with that. Maybe he's uncomfortable with. I think Twiz said something back here a little bit. Let me find it. There's 112 of you guys in here, guys. We only got 59 likes. Just pretend like you like me for a little while, if you could, please. We can get this in an algorithm, and come on, you guys can do it. Where did that Twizzle's comment go? Hold on. He said he was speaking in hypotheticals, but I hope it didn't roll out already. Hold on, you guys. If you're still here, Twiz, write what you said right back down there again, bud, please. I understand, Mom, 100%. And I do too, but I do not listen. I can't. I saw your statement back there a few minutes ago, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I would not be comfortable knowing there would be justice served if it was the wrong person. That's what I'm saying on that. That would make me uncomfortable. Justice served is not convicting the wrong person. Justice served to me is convicting the right person, not just anybody, of the crime that they did to these people. 100%. That's all I was saying on that point. So, okay, here it is. Thanks, Twiz. Hitler was speaking in hypotheticals. It has not been proven that his DNA is on the sheath yet, and he couldn't disclose that evidence during the hearing. Okay. So maybe that's what it is, Nellie, that he was kind of bouncing around things because he couldn't actually get on to certain things because it's open. You know what I mean?
Sure. Twiz brought up another good point, and maybe this is the answer. He said, if they take the lie out and there's still probable cause, it doesn't matter, they lied.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That
that's
is
awful to me. That's not good, in my
no,
opinion.
no, but that's a good point that he's making. 100% true, and
Yeah.
it isn't good at all. Hitler also said later, if it is Brian's DNA on the sheath. Wait a minute. Also later said if he did, that's true. And that's a good, thank you for pointing that out. I was going to say that earlier, but he did say that. I don't know if you guys heard that. During one of the conversations he was having with him, he said, if it's Brian's DNA, he didn't say that it was Brian's DNA. So it tells me he has a doubt possibly that it's Brian's DNA. Okay. Otherwise, I think he would have been a little bit more sure of himself saying that, making that statement. Okay. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And he did make that statement just that same way. If it's Brian's DNA, that tells me he may have a doubt of himself. Welcome, Hoppy Master. Good to see you again, my friend. And I'm trying to check here. What's up, Angel? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Let me go back here. Walk-in Tonka, welcome. I don't know. Jackie, welcome. Good to see you. Hold on. Nelly, I'm sorry, dear. I'm trying to catch up with Chad. There's a lot of people in here right now to just try to read them all. Yeah, I agree with this too, that he does know a lot, and he's very smart. This judge is a lot smarter, in my opinion, than Judge was. And I think that's why I said I try to believe that the man's going to go right down the middle like he should. People do disagree with me. I've seen people say he's biased. I'm full of shit. I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's okay.
Yeah, I was worried about him at first because Anne was up first.
Right. Angel, you're welcome here. It's my channel, not anybody else's channel. And I don't care what anybody else thinks of you, or no. You've always been welcome here. So you're welcome to be here no matter what anybody thinks. So please don't think you need to leave. There's the bear. Welcome, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hello.
Everyone is welcome. That's very correct. And you are just as good as anybody else in here, Angel. I do agree. Okay, so where are you, Willie? Are you in here? Or what? Does anybody else want to join us up here?
I'm going to sneeze, so I'm going to mute for a sec.
Go ahead. Go ahead. How are you today, Bear?
I'm good.
Everything going okay today?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, as we're on the DNA, I've been, well, do any of us stop thinking about this case? But, you know, Anne has strongly suggested the sheath was placed, okay? So I was thinking about the PCA and Payne saying he later saw the sheath, and then Blaker saying he was later told there was a sheath. It made me wonder if they've actually got body cam footage of that sheath when they found the victims.
If there's body cam showing it, yeah. That would be...
Well, I was going to say, I think if they do not have body cam footage of that sheath when they approach the victims, I cannot see this evidence standing up at all.
And I agree. I think if anything, it should be called into question. Because if there is no body cam footage of when they enter the room, I mean, I understand it was underneath a blanket, so on and so forth, but I do feel at some point they should still call that into question.
But Dago, it wasn't underneath the blanket in the PCA, and that is the problem. Because we've got Payne saying he later saw the sheath on Mogan's, I think it was right side, whether it was left or right, as seen from the door.
Right.
It was next to. Then after that, Dawn Daniels, it's in print, writes in a warrant, it was either next to or under Mogan. And then only much later, they said it was beneath her, partially wrapped in a comforter. So for me, they couldn't decide where the sheath was.
Okay.
The PCA says something very different. It's very clear it's next to Maddie.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up right now, even though I feel that this PCA is absolute garbage at this point. We're gonna look at it and we're gonna go with it, but I don't know if you agree or disagree, Nellie. But with everything we've seen in these past few hearings, this PCA has become more and more toilet paper, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, but it's made me think they don't have camera footage of it,
Of course.
both of them say later, and then they can't decide where it was found. Surely they would check the body cam footage before they started putting the sheath in documents about where it was located.
Yeah, I would hope. We would hope.
Yeah.
You know? Did that happen? I'll be honest with you, and I have to say, I'm gonna give a doubt to that because I don't think so. I don't think that because again, I don't believe this was done correctly. Any of this,
No.
which is why we have 2 PCAs per se. All right. This is down towards the bottom, isn't it? Let me see. I don't remember. It's been a minute, but I should know this by the back. Like I could probably read this in my sleep at this point.
I thought it was nearer the beginning when they approached the scene, I think.
Is it? Okay, hold on. I might be thinking of the other one then. Give me a minute here. I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me.
We walked down the hallway and into the one room. And
Right. Is it towards the beginning then? Okay. Yeah, because the bottom is where they have Dylan's statement. One moment here. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this all. Here, let me blow it up just a tinge more for you guys, just so you can see it. We'll go with that. And I still need my old man eyes. Babam, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Elizabeth Wagner, good to see you as well. Anybody else I haven't said hello to, I'm sorry. I will catch up with you, but I'm wonderfully grateful that you're here. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the 3rd floor, and I'm going to read the whole thing. That way we don't miss any words, okay? To that point, at least. The 3rd floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the, and let me know if I sound okay, you guys. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves. Hereafter, Goncalves' room, I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body cam. Here we go with there's a body cam there. Okay. That's brought in this. That's why I'm reading this. There was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her boyfriend, Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13th that he and Goncalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's. Hereafter, Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. As I entered this bedroom, okay, here we go. I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath lying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. So it does not say that it's tucked under the comforter.
Yeah.
In here, you are absolutely correct. Laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side.
Yeah.
When viewed from the door. So we know there's body cams because they're referenced here. So therefore, in turn, if it's not hidden under anything, it should be on a body cam. I do have to agree with you.
Yeah.
And
I
if
mean,
it's,
maybe it is, but I thought that Dawn Daniels, when she had her, I think it was a search warrant,
right.
she said she said it was either next to or under Mogan. It was almost like she forgot to delete which one they were going with or which they weren't going with. I found it really odd because I thought if you've got body cam footage of this sheath, just check it. You know,
They should have.
and it's in two different places. It can't be next to Mogan as seen from the door.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question, Nellie?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, which I know you'll be honest with me. Do you think there's body cam footage of this?
No,
Thank you.
because if there was, I believe it would be in Discovery, and I believe Ann Taylor would have seen it, and she would not have suggested that the sheath was placed.
That's a good point. Thank
But
you.
I might be wrong. You know, this is just my thought process, and I think there isn't, because it says clearly there he later saw it. Why has he bothered to put later in the PCA? And why did Blaker also put, I was later told there was a sheath?
So does that mean that they went back and reviewed body cam footage and saw it later? Or does
Yeah.
it mean, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not saying there isn't, but I just feel that if Anne had seen body cam of them at the scene and she saw the sheath, I don't think she would have hinted it was placed.
Well, and I let me read something because I saw what you just said, Tomboy. We saw that I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera. He's a uniformed officer. He's not a detective. That is where I think all this came from. I think that they saw all the things that they did from that. Okay. When they went back and reviewed this, they went, and that's where this came from. Because it states here, I later learned from review of, and I think that refers to this. So therefore, in turn, there should be body cam footage of this.
Although it refers to Murphy in the PCA, I would have thought they might have put that in with the sheath. But yeah, I could be completely wrong. But it's the fact they didn't really know where it was. You know, after this, Dawn Daniels's warrant, how can you say it was? Why did you put it was either next to or under or beneath? I can't remember the exact word.
And I think that's because she was told by word of mouth and wasn't sure.
Well, don't you get it right for these things? I just find that, you know.
Yes, I agree with you. I do, and we've talked about that from the beginning. That how this was overwritten for one, which is questionable to me, and obviously now it's like a piece of Swiss cheese. There's so many holes in this.
Yeah.
You know, it's horrible. Welcome, Peaches. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I think there's things that are going to be missing. Okay. I don't expect there to, even if it was asked for, I don't expect there to be body cam footage. Now, I'm not saying it's due to corruption. I'm saying I'm being polite, that it's due to the fact that it wasn't kept per se. I think that's what's going to happen here. So just saying. Okay. But that's where this comes from, is after reviewing Officer Nunez's body cam. And it was clearly stated in here. We were told in the very beginning that it was tucked under the comforter underneath Maddie. That doesn't say that in here. And I'm glad you pointed that out because it never did.
No.
But that's what we were told from day one, right or wrong. And it does not say that. Therefore, in turn, it does not mean that, as far as I'm concerned. It was laying next to her on the bed. Now, was it initially there in the beginning? Now, this is another thing I have an issue with, if it's true. And it was tucked under her initially, and they pulled it out when they realized what it was and left it lay there, and then this was recorded. If that's the case, that's ridiculous, but okay.
Yeah.
That could be the excuse that's given for this. Okay.
Yeah. I just find it hard to reconcile that he later saw it next to her on
I
the
agree.
bed.
I agree. Yes, ma'am, I agree.
It doesn't match.
That's one of the bullet points, one of the many bullet points that are issues for a lot of people within this case.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, I'm sorry because I joined a bit late. I don't know if you caught in hearing that. I think what strikes me is DM 4 times said she saw or heard, I didn't catch whether it was saw or heard, a victim going up and down the stairs. And I was a bit surprised that Anne Taylor dismissed that. I think obviously she's going for the angle that she was drunk and it was a dream and couldn't remember. But if somebody says in 4 separate occasions that a victim went up and down the stairs, I would lean towards believing that. And let's say, this is purely hypothetical, let's say it was Kaylee, okay? If she was going up and down the stairs, wouldn't she be screaming and panicking and being really loud? I know that Anne is trying to say that, you know, she said that didn't happen because nobody left the beds, but I don't think you can say, or perhaps the ones upstairs didn't leave the beds, but Kaylee was sitting upright and sort of slumped upwards on the bed, as we've heard from Steve.
In the corner, yeah.
Yeah, so couldn't she have run down the stairs and up the stairs away from someone and they backed her into a corner and she backed up the bed? I just don't think Anne could say, she was very definite, we know that didn't happen. I don't think anyone knows that didn't happen.
Very true. That's very possible. There's a lot of possibilities that we don't know, and we may never know, or we may find out in trial or whatever. But yes, that's very possible. I do agree with you. And to go in with what you're saying, Twizzle said that she said the victim that DM says went up and down the stairs, died, and didn't leave the bed. Now, it could be someone else, but it wasn't who DM said it was, is what Twizzle's saying. Okay, Tomboy.
Oh, is that what Anne said? It wasn't who DM said it was? I thought, okay, maybe I misunderstood. I thought she said, we know that didn't happen.
So with that statement being brought up right now, because that's another talking point that I was going to hit on too, do you think that that person that supposedly went up and down the stairs could be this new blood that was found on the handrail, possibly?
I hadn't thought of that, actually, because I was trying to work out if it was Kaylee or Xana, because I thought maybe Kaylee did say there's someone here, went down the stairs and saw something horrible going on and ran back up the stairs, or did Xana hear something upstairs, run up the stairs and run back down again? That's what I was thinking.
What if it wasn't a victim at all?
Yeah.
What if it was one of the perpetrator and or one of the?
Yeah.
Because there's still, in my mind, a possibility that there was somebody else there too besides him. That's still a slight possibility to me. And because I'm not saying him, and I'm saying the main person, meaning I don't know who that is yet.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? There could have been more than one person involved in this still, and that's still a thought in my mind. Only because they have not 100% proven that it hasn't been yet. So that's all I'm saying. But what if it very possibly was? But here's the problem with this. Saying what I'm saying is it's been, and I may be wrong, somebody correct me, probably be Twiz. And there he is already. There's 2 different blood samples, so at least 2 perps, you would think. That's what I'm thinking. Because the blood didn't belong to any of the victims.
And it didn't belong to BRYAN. And also, wasn't there a 3rd on a cigarette butt?
There was 2 inside that were very near, close to the victims, and one on the outside. I do believe, if I'm correct.
Yeah. I just cannot get my head around the fact they did not treat that blood the same way as they did this alleged speck on the sheath.
Why is that, though? That's my question. Why did you not? According to them, they didn't have enough of it, but I don't believe that. You had enough of it to ensure that it's male.
Yeah. It's blood. I mean, I doubt it was microscopic.
And you can add to it to make more of it too. There's that too. Just saying. I just, yeah, I have issues with that too. They got a cigarette butt later from someone that wouldn't give their DNA or something. Yeah, that was the other part I heard too, Twiz.
Yeah, yeah.
You're welcome to jump up here too, Twiz, if you want to. The link's in chat if you want, bud. So see, these are the things that we have never heard about. This blood on the handrail until last week. Why? Why was that not given? Going right along with what she had said about the fact that the magistrate was only given enough to basically narrate that this was BRYAN. Okay, but wasn't given other things. And it just, that bothers me. That bothers me a lot. That was one of the biggest talking points that I had for today too, from myself personally. Why was the magistrate only given those specific things, as Ann was saying, and not given more?
Because they were focusing on BRYAN. It was. I heard somebody say somewhere that they didn't blame them for focusing on a possible sheath, a sheath from a possible weapon.
Yeah,
but that's not good enough for me. If you've got two lots of male DNA on blood, I mean, we never knew what it was, because I was thinking there must be loads of unidentified male DNAs in that house. It was a party house, and
right. I agree with you. There was 100 people there the night before, so
absolutely. And how many of those are in CODIS? The students are in CODIS, but if it's blood, especially on the handrail and a glove outside, I mean, you can't ignore that. That is shocking to me.
Agreed. I've always thought that. How did they differentiate and separate all that DNA from what they centered in on? Because there's got to be a lot of it in that house from the fact, like I said, the party there the night before, there should be DNA everywhere. Okay. How did you separate that? Did you tested every single person that was at that house the night before and said, nope, it's not them. Nope, it's not them. Nope, it's not them. That's a lot of work. And I don't think, right. I just don't believe that happened.
I personally believe that they immediately discarded any DNA that might have been in the house, because they've been, people they knew, because the work involved in looking at every DNA in that house would have been colossal, would have been massive.
Sure.
And I just think if anybody said, well, yeah, I went to that house all the time, they had parties, they went dismissed. And I think that was a major mistake.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anybody that was involved, especially anybody that was involved within the fraternities and or sororities were in that house per se.
Yeah.
Quite a few of them, okay? Quite a few. And I'm not putting blame on the frats or the sororities. Don't take that for this.
No.
I'm saying that they were all friends to these kids and they would all show up there for the parties. That was the house to go to. So anything that is discounted immediately makes no sense to me. It doesn't. Okay.
It's like they decided it wasn't someone they knew.
Right. There were so many people, guys. How many, Nelly, you remember this? You were here back then when we covered this. How many body cam videos did we watch here on this channel of different parties that police responded to? And you see kids all over the place there.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
There was a good 3 or 4. Yeah.
And that wasn't even a quarter. You could look up in the windows and see people hanging out up there, this and that, people coming and going. I mean, come on. that never made sense to me. I'm sorry, it just didn't.
I was quite shocked, actually, that it was blood. You know, when they said 2 unidentified male DNAs, I should have realized it was something very specific. Because,
I'm not. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just to say, like I said a minute ago, you know, there'd be so many male DNAs in that house that's not in CODIS.
Of course.
So I don't know why I was shocked that it was something like blood.
Well, and it made me think immediately. Thank you so much, Bonnie. I hope you feel better, my dear. I know what you're going through. Just I appreciate you being here. And we're all sending virtual hugs to you. I know you're going through a lot right now. Just I hope you feel better. And just relax. You know, if it comforts you to be here and listen, that's what matters, dear. We love you. Thank you so much for the super chat. But no, my thought on this blood, okay? I've always wondered if the person that did this, you attack 4 people with a knife, there's got to be at some point that you cut yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? Or somehow or another, you wounded yourself. And I still feel like that blood very well, even though they're saying it's not Brian's, which is another reason why I pull back from that situation, may belong to a person that was one of the perpetrators or the perpetrator in the home.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful, Bonnie. I hope so, dear. I hope so. I don't know where Willie went. He's back and forth. He does have his little girl, so he could be bouncing back and forth. He'll pop back in. But yeah, that is Amy asks, what investigator would ignore blood DNA over touch? Think about it. 3 perps. They're hiding. It is very clear. Inner Circle University does not want blood on their hands. And that's a good point, Amy. I can agree. The other issue I've had too is we did a whole show on this, okay? And in detail. Sarge was here for that too. It was a very detailed show about how DNA can be pulled off of, and how it sticks to brass, which is the button from the sheath, brass. It doesn't do very well. Welcome, Dan. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Danger Zone. Good to have you here. Always a pleasure, Dan. Thank you for joining us. So, in that sense, you have touch, skin cell, DNA, whatever it was that stuck to this brass that doesn't hold DNA. There's my other side to that. That's why I've always doubted the DNA on the sheath. Because we basically proved that it doesn't work that way. It doesn't stick to brass. It doesn't, you can't, you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's very, very, very unlikely that that would happen. So that was another point I wanted to bring out with this, why I have issues with this DNA. Good afternoon to you, my friend.
Also, how does it double in size?
Well, that's a good point. That is a good point. See, my understanding is that, and I heard them say it, that Othram didn't have anything. They didn't find anything. So what came from Othram then? Somebody tell me that.
So I'm thinking Othram, I'm not clear whether they had the DNA, but they follow the legal channels and can't upload it to the websites that the FBI did. So they couldn't find a match because they didn't access sites that they weren't supposed to.
Right.
Or did they just not find anything? I'm a bit unclear about that.
How many times was it tested and they had a 0 return on it? In total.
Yeah, I think in the first lab they couldn't find anything. I don't think they found DNA even.
That nothing. Ann said that it was tested multiple times before it hit Othram, and then that Othram still. So what is there as far as DNA? What's the truth behind it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And how many times can a single speck of DNA be tested? I don't know.
That I don't know. I wish Lisa was in here. She's the IgG person. She's very good
I
with it.
was just gonna say, where is Lisa? That's a good question for her.
I think she's working, but that's a good point. That's a huge point. I came to the point where I accepted the DNA for what it was because I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But at this point now, I don't even believe that now. I don't, okay? Because granted it's his, but is it his? Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, here's a question, and this is the conspiracy theorist part of me, okay? So this is just hypothetical. I always thought that that sheath got Kohberger's dad's DNA on it. And they got it from the trash. Okay, this is a conspiracy, okay? I hold my hands up, but it's not unheard of. Because I still don't understand why they didn't get Kohberger's DNA. I don't get that. I mean, they had plenty of time to try and get something of his. But I did wonder, did they take that trash thinking Brian's would be in there? They took that DNA and found it was not his, but his father's. And then they arrested Kohberger, swabbed him, and it matched his father.
Of course. Welcome, AR. Good to see you, brother.
You know, it's just one of those conspiracies where I thought, was there actually, because of what we've learned, was there any DNA on it? Or did they just take DNA from the trash and that's what is on the sheath?
I understand. That's been talked about, so don't feel bad, Nelly. It's been talked about.
It sounds ridiculous when I'm saying it, but I just wouldn't put it past them.
That nothing within this realm is ridiculous because it's all been talked about already. It's all been challenged, and there's still no answers. And Critical is right, guys. This is the point I was trying to make at some point. I just didn't completely clarify it. Touch DNA, when we covered this on that show, that it was a 2-day show, we talked about it, actually. I remember. Touch DNA on brass is worthless after 12 hours.
Wow.
Think about that for a minute, okay?
Yeah.
8 hours passed between the time of the murders until law enforcement even showed up. Not to mention the fact that was processed. The sheath was processed if it was there. And that's how that all went down. So it was way more than 12 hours. How did you pull it off of that? I don't believe it. I struggle badly with it, you guys. It doesn't make any sense. And we didn't even hear about the sheath until
the PCA.
Yeah, it was a while, before the sheath was even. I remember being surprised, like, oh, now there's that. You know what I mean? And it was like, there it is. Boom. Where'd that come from? Interesting. And and again, I don't like to be the conspiracy theorist either, but damn. Where did it come from? How? When?
I immediately thought, when I first read the PCA, my first thoughts were 2 words, and that was how convenient.
Yeah, I think a lot of people said that too. Yes, ma'am. Agreed. Guys, excuse me, Mama Bear. Nelly, you can keep on talking. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a few seconds here.
Okay.
On the spot. I don't know. I just feel like it sounds to me from that hearing that everything in that PCA is fiction. If everything else in that PCA turns out to be misleading or fabricated, how do we then trust DNA where there's no evidence of how they got to it? It's like, oh, you want to know how it's like showing someone a photograph of I don't know, this is my dad, and there's no proof that's your dad. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you want evidence of how we got here? No, well, here's the snapshot. And it walks hand in hand with the fact that they have used a PowerPoint presentation rather than give evidence over.
Right.
You know, how do we trust the DNA where they destroyed all the notes and the chain of discovery and possibly have lied about everything else? But what's frightening is how many people I've seen in so many comment sections where they thought that hearing was really positive for the prosecution, and they're just like, "Oh, Brian's goose is cooked. He's had it." Even Steve Gonsalves was like, "Anne won't sleep tonight." I was like, "Did you see? Were you watching what I was watching?" You start, don't you? You start questioning yourself, thinking, "Am I just not getting this?" Because I just saw a shit show, and
Right.
I don't trust anything. And Jennings, her performance was so embarrassing. I got the impression she just really didn't have a clue what she was talking about. Payne can't remember anything, and Mary just kind of remembers the odd thing that he decides to remember. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I agree.
Albert, come up. There you go, Sarah. It's pinned up there. Come on up. It would be great. Albert is saying he wants to jump on panel. Come on. I'm sure Dago would love to have you up.
Yeah, come on up. The pin's up there.
Who said
The
it?
link's pinned.
Albert, I'm A.R. Hayes.
Oh yeah, it's pinned. Where'd Willie go? Damn it. Anyway, come on up, guys. Sorry. I had to use little boy's room. Little girl's room. Yeah, that was cute. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go and do the same, so I'll be right back.
No problem. Take your time. Take your time.
Little girl's room. Interesting.
All right. Well, now while we're waiting, you can pull him up, right, Bear? And when he comes backstage, you can pull him up when he.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to grab my coffee. I'll be right back. I know SRP. I ran one show before this for 2.5 hours, so.
Uh-huh. Excuses.
I know.
Hi, Steven. BRYAN. You're supposed to put in your mouth, not wear it. You're supposed to eat it, not wear it. Hello, Bimmy Rose. The FBI used labs that they were not supposed to use. Used it illegally. I don't think they got anything.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello. Well, Harlan, I would say if he was guilty, they would have found evidence in his car at his apartment, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was quite shocked. Well, I'm shocked and I'm not shocked that They haven't got the car. You know, when Jennings said, well, it was pointed in that direction, and then fumbled a lot, and then said, you know, we're assuming he didn't change direction. I just am gobsmacked that people think that the prosecution are confident that they've got. I just don't think they've got a case. I really don't think they've got a case. And, you know, we knew in the hearing about the survey where Thompson got in a right flap and said, you've included stalking and we know there wasn't any stalking. I thought, well, he's just referring to online stalking here.
There was no stalking. That was proven.
Yep.
Yeah, and then she said, well, actually, I thought online stalking, maybe they've got proof he was stalking in his car. But no, they don't.
Not now at all. That's right, Nellie. That's absolutely right. Yvonne, real quick, said, "What if Othram started a family tree, but it wasn't leading to Kohberger, and that is why the FBI took over." That's a very good point. And then we have Bemi saying, "Welcome, by the way, both of you. The FBI used labs." And I said this. You guys know. I remember when I said this. Most of you were here at this. Even the people that are, some of the newer ones weren't, but most of you were. That I said, I do truly believe that they use unsanctioned labs to do this, and they shouldn't have. But the FBI used labs that were not supposed to used it illegally. I don't think they got anything, and I don't think they did either. Welcome, AR. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, Albert.
Yeah.
It's great to see all of you. I'm doing okay today, so I'm pretty excited because I feel like I'm starting to turn the page to go in a more positive health direction. So that's always a good thing. I put on 10 pounds and I feel like I got more energy. So that's good. Hey, this is a reminder back to my very first time ever on a YouTube live. This is the group. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Yes. It's wonderful to have you here, Miss Nellie. Everybody in chat, I really appreciate you all joining. Ace's mama, welcome. The Snooper, welcome. Give me a second, everyone, real quick. There's a Truth Seeker. Of course, Danger Zone in the house. Always a pleasure to have Dan here. Jet Set J, welcome to you. Hoppy Master, if you didn't hear me, welcome back. CH, hello, and welcome to you. I'm trying to grab on Pool. Again, welcome. Wonderful to have you. Bemi as well. Harlot, I always say this backwards because it's Harlot Oscara. Wonderful to have you here, American Princess. If these are people that I'm not sure I welcomed, but I hope I did. If I echo 444, welcome here. Yes, we all love Miss Nellie's brain. She's very smart. And of course, our brother AR Hayes in the house. Welcome, sir. I'm glad to
appreciate
hear you're doing better, and it's wonderful to have you here.
Appreciate it. Very much so. This is a great community, and I've always been a big fan of the majority of the people in your chat, and I know a lot of them venture over every once in a while to listen to things I have to say, and I should probably apologize for them having to do that, but it's a good crowd. Good crowd.
Absolutely. An amazing community. I've always been very, very proud of these people and honored to know them all. I'm grateful for this community. Very grateful.
Well, this was one of the very first starting points for me is when you invited me to join you guys here on the channel and go live, and I still every single day remember that not only the excitement but the nervousness that I had about that while taking my dogs to the park, but it turned into one of the most amazing discussions that I think I've been involved with. It comes to the Idaho 4, and we took a lot of different directions and really tried to understand the vantage point from many different views. I think
true, very true. That's what I've always started to interrupt you, sir. This community has a very amazing think tank as far as I'm concerned. When they get together, we've always had really good conversations here when everybody is calm down and treats everybody the right way. Have a great day, Leslie. Thank you for joining us. And it's always an amazing conversation, and everybody picks each other's brains and pulls it apart, and I love it. I absolutely love it. You're absolutely right, sir.
Yeah, and I'm appreciative. It feels as though from that day kind of jump started me, because I remember I was starting to get some subs and I was growing a little bit, and I still remember the days of doing videos where it was just really basic, no thumbnails, no idea what I was doing, but you guys were so welcoming to bring me aboard and allow me to kind of venture outside the box with a little bit of a different voice than what a lot of people had. Obviously, we've all had our ups and downs when it comes to the platform and the different things that we endure. But I felt comfortable for the first time, and it was really a springing board for me to venture out of the comfort zone and be, just a little more open of who I was and what it was about. And I still think about that even to this day. And I want all of you to know that I've never forgotten that. I've never, forgotten the boost that you guys gave me, but also just the comfortability within the community, because legitimately just working with you guys jumped my subscriber count by more than double. And it gave me an avenue to actually believe I could do this. So, and here we are. We're still 2 years later, and we're still talking about Idaho 4. We're still questioning many things about the case, and I think that we're all intelligent enough to know there's so many questions, but we're also not going to put all our eggs in the he's definitely not guilty basket. I just need more answers. I need more prove it to me type stuff. And people bring me back and say, well, you got to wait till trial for that. No, you don't. We're seeing it right now, showcasing in the very hearings that we're all watching, that everything that was being fed to us from the beginning is now all off the table, yet we're still having to argue with people that it's literally off the table. It's like, guys, that's been proven to be false, and you guys still throw it in my face as truth. I mean, I guess you've never lived a life as a liar before, like I did in my past. I know when the lie's up, it's up. Like you've been busted.
Right.
So.
Well, let me ask you this then, AR. What do you think now? About obviously you're following the hearings as they come down the pike, and with everything we've just discussed. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. Get rid of that. And what are your thoughts at this point now? I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've talked about a year and a half, 2 years ago, 8 months ago, is still in question. And now that we've seen the things we've seen now, what do you think now at this point, my friend?
Well, I think this, first of all, I mean, the one thing that needs to be discussed is we have a problem within our justice system. And I know when I took my stance on this platform, that's one thing that I really wanted to focus on. If you guys remember, I always said our justice system has to work through the process correctly and truthfully, and then we can all accept if someone's guilty or not guilty, because we see it all laid out before us as the proper way of doing things. I think we're learning real quick that in this case, this is a smaller community with a smaller force of law enforcement that's been known to do things a little bit differently, and they possibly have different laws than other places that we're more used to seeing in these types of situations. But we know the FBI is very hidden. They don't put a lot of their info and a lot of things that they do out there. And legitimately, I think the FBI was completely in control of this case, throwing the Moscow PD as the main front runners. And now we're legitimately seeing Moscow PD did not conduct this investigation. This was an FBI-based investigation. And that means it's private, it's concealed, corners are cut, rules are broken. This is the way the FBI does things. I know from personal experience. I've been through these cases behind closed doors. I've had federal cases. I know that they have a whole different set of rules that they don't even abide by their own. So at this point, how can I really sit back and voice that I feel as though Bryan Kohberger is guilty when you've done everything within the investigation to give reasoning that he's not? and maybe he is guilty. But you've given every picture of why people would scrutinize that and say, well, I just don't see that he is.
And
So
with
now what
what
are we going to do?
right,
You
and
know?
with what you just said with the FBI, this, that, and everything else, Twiz throws the icing on the cake there with that and says, and then the FBI didn't find a damn thing. And that's what we're seeing, folks. That's what we're seeing at this point. So why? What I mean, again, I'm not, I've always been in the middle with this, and I'm just, there's reasons why I am, okay? Welcome, Kels. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us, by the way. But if they didn't, then why is there still a case? Why is this man in jail? Why is this man going to trial for this? This is what I do not understand. This is what I can't force myself. I've tried to force myself to understand. I see what's going on with different things, and then in turn, we have these.
I can answer that only because Andrea Burkhart, someone said, well, if it turns out there's no evidence, don't they just throw it out? And she said, not in Idaho. They could come up in all these hearings that they have nothing, but it has to go to trial to prove that.
Yes.
They're stuck now. There's nothing they can do, in my opinion. And only from listening to Andrea Burkhart, she said, no, if it before trial, if it becomes clear there's no evidence,
they still have to go to trial, right?
They'll have to go to trial.
Now, the one thing that can happen, and I've had this happen, it's actual experience. We all say it's got to go to trial. It's got to go to trial. I've had a case dismissed in the opening statements by the prosecutor. They clearly stated themselves, we do not want to move forward with this trial. We're going to end right here in our opening statements, stating that we're dismissing this case upon the want and need for further investigation. And I'm sitting there dumbfounded, like, why are we even here right now? Like, why did we go this entire time to get to this very point? And it's because of the public's pressure. Now you've got mainstream media covering this case that Bryan Kohberger's guilty, and here's all the reasons why. The prosecution right now is trying to backpedal, but they have not stepped to the podium and stated, you know what, you're right, we don't have any evidence. And that concerns me that we're still in a sitting pattern where we're watching the evidence clearly fall apart and the lies being showcased, but nobody has stepped to the podium to say, hey, look, I know this case is completely under a gag order. We have things that would showcase why we're still heading in this direction towards trial, or they should step to the plate and say, look, our investigation is ongoing. We arrested Bryan Kohberger with this theory and this thought based upon what we knew at that time and what certain criteria of evidence was coming back. And at this very time, we want to apologize. We're going to move forward. We're going to dismiss charges. And we're going to continue the investigation. But guys, I mean, I think it's quite obvious. The minute they tore down the crime scene home, they had nowhere else to go with this. There's no other direction they can go.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't think the house needs to be there at this point because of that situation, but I know what you're saying. But taking that, thank you, SRB, and thank you to anybody that chooses to support us in that sense. It's never expected, folks, but definitely we appreciate. He has a great question here. What if okay, and I'm glad you're here for this too, AR, because you know about different motions and things like that. What if the Franks move? What if it's approved? Okay. So what happens if the Franks happens and it drops the arrest warrant? What happens at that point then?
Bryan Kohberger walks out. It's over because now law enforcement has been proven to be the liars and the investigation would be invalid. You have no arrest. The DNA's gone. With that Franks hearing, if it actually goes in Bryan Kohberger's favor, and let me tell you, the percentages are very low, and I want people to understand that. I'm not saying that because it's like not worthy of the time or there's no possibility that it needs to happen. I'm just saying at the end of the day, judges are very reluctant to
Yeah.
go with a decision like that because they wanted to get into the jury's hands so that the evidence can be presented, the arguments can be made. But if there is legitimately proof of lying and deceit within law enforcement, I mean, the best case scenario for the state at that point is they get a conviction, but then it goes to the Supreme Court and everything falls apart at the Supreme Court, and this man's out anyway. So the judge would dismiss the case, and that charges would never be able to be filed against Bryan Kohberger because at the point the DNA's gone, the arrest is gone. Because you got to realize that the whole matching up came when they got the buccal swab. So they can't even say that it all got matched up because they went and got the trash from the dad, and then they've proven that the matching comes from the buccal swab, and that's why they say we just want to get rid of the IgG. We just want to go with the buccal swab compared to the knife sheath. So the judge would just dismiss it, and he would say, "Look, this is it," and then it goes into the cold case files. And the problem is, you got two other DNAs, blood found at the crime scene. They did nothing with. So
right. That's
there's
the biggest. What the hell? That's what that is.
well, you've created undeniable, reasonable doubt for anybody that you arrest. So let's say they figure out who that bloody handprint is, and they go do an investigation, and they feel as though, oh, this is our person. This is the one. Well, you still got the knife sheath that you've battled all this time saying matches Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Reasonable doubt for the handprint now. Well, then you go to the bloody glove outside, and the other two are reasonable doubt for that. So all you've done at this very point, and this is where it gets tricky because we know once this gets put in front of a jury, are they going to literally hear all of this? Are they going to hear it, not just see it presented to them? Are they going to take a step back, actually listen and hear it and materialize it in their thoughts? There is other DNA at the crime scene that is just as valuable as that knife sheath. I don't care what anybody says. It is a bloody handprint. That means you were somehow around the crime, whether you touched the body, whether you put your hand on a bloody sheet, whatever it might be, you were in the blood. You were in, or you're bleeding yourself, because if they can't match it to anybody, that means somebody cut themselves at the crime scene.
That's what I said earlier. Of course, agreed.
So that's devastating. Well, we found touch DNA on a button of a knife sheath. Okay, that knife sheath didn't take anybody's life, but that blood showcases an action that ended up with a wound that probably stems from something that took someone's life. So that's where my hiccup to all that is.
Absolutely. So. And back to Mandy May 100. Welcome, dear. Thank you for joining us. It says bottom line is that they created and then I'm going to say something too. They created a full sample using his dad's DNA. Let me say that the touch DNA sample were only markers at that point that anyone who showing being of a human. Okay. I thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that. That being said, at this point, we have watched probably over the past month or so. Even more. It's okay, Mandy. No worries. I understood what you were saying. It's okay. I do the same thing. So how many things have we seen from this PCA, this toilet paper that I call it now, that has been discounted at this point over the past just month alone, 2 months, we'll say, that has left us with almost absolutely nothing but this DNA, which is not accurate, in my opinion. And if we go with what Mandy just said, which I truly believe, that leaves nothing. Okay, but this is still going to go. The pings were proven to be bullshit. The stalking is not true. The fact that they said he turned his phone off is not provable at this point. The witness is not 100% now. guys, it's eliminated so much. Everything's been eliminated except for this tiny little bit of skin cell touch DNA that is now very highly in question as well. That, to me, says that this case is just almost nothing at this point. So in my, I don't understand then, and this is why I'm still 50-50, you guys, and I will be until I would imagine that with all that happening, that the prosecution or the state at this point would back up and go, okay, look, we have to admit defeat when we have to, with this, that, and everything else, but they're not doing that. So that's where I wonder what do they have? But I don't believe they have anything because they've never showed us anything. And I don't know what to feel about that at this point. I don't know which direction to go. So, again, this is one of the reasons why we're doing this. I just don't at this point know what to think. And again, I'm all about these victims and their families getting absolute justice, guys. They absolutely deserve that 155,000,000%. But not if it's the wrong person. Or not if it's not all of the right people. I'm not saying Brian's innocent here. I'm saying if he is involved, I still believe that there's other people that are involved because there's too many things that point away from him being there, being responsible. But okay, I'll give him that for now. No, but I've not seen anything from the state, the prosecution of any of this that has showed me, made me feel that this man was there. I don't know how they're going to do that.
Prior to this, wasn't there a girl that was attacked by a guy, broke into her apartment or something and was attacked with a knife? She kicked him in the stomach.
I was going to bring that up too and ask everybody's opinions. Thank you, Mom. Nothing said in this live is to be taken as fact. All our alleged and opinion facts will be from law enforcement and trial. And thank you very much. That is a absolute, folks. Thank you. Yes, there was a situation. I wanted to ask Nellie if you had heard, and our AR and everybody else too, about the secondary situation that's been brought up recently, the home invasion. That they have tried to say could be possibly him, maybe is his first, whatever. Does anybody believe that situation is related to this or to him or whatever?
But if I'm correct, and please tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think the dates match, do they? Wasn't it before he arrived in Moscow?
That's what I thought too. That's exactly what I understood. Yes.
I'm going to Google it quickly. I thought it was 2021.
That's what I believe it was, and that it and there's still people bringing it up, talking about it, saying that they think that he was involved, so on and so forth. And I'm like, I don't think that's it. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that scenario too, and understood that it was before he was even here. So
I'm not 100% sure though, but I'm fairly sure it was before.
It was in 2021.
Yeah.
People are trying to say that the only possibility of BRYAN Kohberger that it could have been him is he came out to tour the school at some event that the school was doing, and even that doesn't work out because he wouldn't have been there for that. But guys, when that popped out, so I've become a nature behind the scenes of like due diligence of reaching out to talk to people when these crazy things like this come out. And I wanted to actually talk to the people that were directly knowledgeable of that situation. So I got in touch, and it started just back and forth emailing with a friend of the girl that made the report. And we started going back and forth. And I have this like chatty nature to me that I guess just draws people into conversation. I don't know what it is, but anyway, we started talking back and forth, and we talked about dogs, and we talked about all these things. And she even said, everybody that's surrounding this situation, when this broke, we all knew it had nothing to do with BRYAN Kohberger, yet everybody wanted to run with it as if it did. Did investigators contact us in regards to some information? Yes, they did. And they were actually very highly frustrated when they saw Brian Kohberger was listed as a suspect, and they've reserved the right, even with lawyers and different people on their side, that if this escalates too much in the media and other routes, that they have some action that they can take. So they've clearly, in the discussions back and forth that I've had with people around that, just said it's ridiculous. This another situation like what happened in Pennsylvania with that lady that went missing up there, and then all of a sudden Brian Kohberger was a suspect of that one, and all this stuff, and his parents are being called into a grand jury. People haven't figured out that grand jury that Brian Kohberger's parents got called into. Everybody's saying it was a Pennsylvania grand jury about that woman. No, it was a federal grand jury for the subpoenas to get information from Brian Kohberger.
That's
I don't
absolutely,
have,
that's right.
you know,
And listen, guys, if you think about that, what he just said, going back to that Pennsylvania situation that the older woman was attacked and so on and so forth, talking about this situation, that's why I brought this up. Okay, there's a reason. What we have seen, and this is another reason why I've struggled with this. Brian Kohberger has been found guilty, 100% guilty so far. At this point, in my opinion, of course, by the court of public opinion. And that is all due to from the moment the man was arrested, and we've all seen this, the massive amount of propaganda that mainstream media has put out, as well as social media, from the moment he was arrested to this point, that he's guilty. Period. There has been no other. Granted, on social media, there, Jack Decor this and Jack that and Jack, John, whatever. Everybody else was looked at some point. The damn grub truck, I could probably tell you the whole thing and who was there in my sleep, guys, because it was talked about so much. But, and I promise you, we will not talk about that today. If you do, you're fired. You're out. You're gone. Bye. I can't do it. So anyway, but yes, the media immediately went after this. And granted, I know, we all know as creators that are here that have done this. That's their job. They're handed a script and they're told, you read this right now. This is what you got to say. I don't care if you believe it or not, or if you think it's right or wrong. That's what it is. And that's how it works. So that is where this has all come from at this point. I wonder, I have to wonder, this is why I'm saying this. If law enforcement and the judicial, well, not the judicial system, but did law enforcement follow along with social media with this and run this whole thing?
No.
And I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm saying, maybe I'm not saying it right. Is it? I'm not saying it was produced by law enforcement, the media bullshit, the propaganda. I'm not saying that. I'm not quite sure how I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say, you guys. I think we all know why he has been convicted in the court of public opinion. It's because of that, is what I'm saying. But it almost seems like that was hopefully this sounds right the way I'm going to say this. It almost seems as if that was the point behind this from the very beginning, if that makes sense. Okay. And I feel like that law enforcement has used that to their ability. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you. Sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't say it clearly in the beginning. It's just sometimes my head gets backwards. But anyway, so I feel that they have used that to their aid in this situation fully.
Because that's all they'd had. That is all they'd had. And months and months and months ago, I personally, in my opinion, could see what was happening. It was, I find it frightening that I've come to the realization now in my 50s that mainstream media is just a talking puppet for what officials and governments and whoever else want to put out there. They're a propaganda talking machine.
And they won't say a word unless they're told to. You're right. You are right.
And I think that in this case and lots of it, like the Delphi case and other cases, mainstream media, they talk about what they think the public want to hear. They want to hear that someone's been caught. They want to hear that the perpetrators behind bars, and that is all they care about. And I really am quite alarmed that in the days before social media, before we all had a voice, all we had was mainstream media. Can you imagine the lies and the BS that we've all fallen for in the past? That's been fed to us via law enforcement, via prosecutions, via governments.
So how many people are in prison
Yeah.
from back then or have been put to
Really?
death that
Yeah.
didn't deserve it because of that? Agreed, Nellie. Agreed. That was the whole conversation I had with my wife when that came to I came to that realization. I went, wow. Can you imagine back in 1985
Yeah.
how this went? Because
Well,
we
and
see how this
mainstream
is
media
going. Right. What'd you
Well,
Mama
and-
Bear?
mainstream media is a lot like YouTube. They're just out for clicks and views and the money. They want to be the
Worse
highest
than we are.
rated.
Worse than YouTube is. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And the
But
other
the
thing
thing
Well-
is,
They're
the
gonna
difference,
spin
the
the
difference
story
is
however it
they're
works for them.
well, and the difference though is we have a choice. We don't have to do that. They don't,
Exactly.
in my opinion.
So
Welcome.
here's my take on this, is that because of that and the history of mainstream media, this is why, in my opinion, we've got a huge chunk, massive, dangerous chunk of the public who will always listen to mainstream media because that is all they've known, and they're not prepared to step out of that box.
Agreed.
And I think that is what's going on. These law enforcements know that. They know. This is with Idaho, Delphi, all of those. They think the public want to catch someone. We want to catch someone. We're playing into the public's hands. We found him. Once a big chunk of the public hear that, they trust the badge, they trust the uniform, and they can sleep at night, and they don't
Well-
want to hear anything else.
I think you guys, probably all three of you will agree with me, as well quite a few people in the chat, that there was a pressure behind this, a very heavy
Huge.
push. Yeah, a very heavy push to have somebody in custody, to have, because again, I've said this quite a few times. The little town of Moscow, Idaho State University, that town relies on that university to survive. That's where the
Yeah.
money comes from. Okay, so if that university loses its the students, and it loses that money, and it loses those people that are building that town, that are making that town thrive, I should say. What happens? It all goes back to the money that is needed to keep the town alive and keep that whole area surviving. So in turn, everybody's saying, we ain't coming back till you have somebody in custody. My kids aren't coming back there. I'm not coming back there. There's no way in hell. That's the pressure that was put behind this. That was a hell of a force too, to get this man that did this, or the people that did this, in custody. So I have to say, you guys, at that point, they jumped on what they had to jump on, per se, and they didn't, because I don't know about anybody else other than the things I've seen on social media. I have never heard of anybody else being talked about, looked at, or investigated for this crime ever. Not once, other than what we've heard out here from different people. So Dan says they sacrifice justice for those kids to maintain the livelihood of the town and keep the university afloat and generating the money that supports the town. Amen, bro. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
also,
in that,
don't forget, they were buying another university. They were in the process of purchasing another
Phoenix
university.
University.
Exactly, and that would have just exploded if they didn't catch someone. They wouldn't have that deal.
Not to mention the supercomputer that Green just bought. That's a lot of money that needs to go. You know what I mean? There's a lot. It's all money, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that is what has pushed this. That's the force that has pushed this at this situation. And then when you get to a certain point, you can't back up from that. You can't back up and go, well, God, I guess we were wrong. That ain't gonna happen. There's no trust at that point.
And also, you've got these backers. There's financial backers. And I did some digging into the Katovich family. Yeah,
Mhm.
I've still got them on the back burner. But Daddy K is responsible for that university having the biggest grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Millions.
That is true.
And it also serviced the local farming community. So that's a big investment. I'm not
Agreed.
saying that the K's had anything to do with it, but
I know where you're at, though. I agree with. I went looking there too, Nellie. I did.
there's a frat sorority question mark over it, they're not even going to look into it. I mean, Daddy K is still on the Sigma Chi committee. He's a big player. And I do personally, in my own bubble, find the 3:30 a.m. Benmo sus AF. I really do. I can't let that go.
I
But
understand.
I'm not saying it had anything to do with it, but it's always in the back of my mind. And my point is, there's big players that, there's players that fund that university, not just the students coming back to school, not just the students, oh, we're not bringing our kids back until someone's caught. There's
Sure.
there's the financial backers
Yes.
who say, you know what, we're not backing you until you catch someone.
That's with anything. If you have you're investing in a situation, you don't want it to be dirty. That's a fact. You're not going to invest in a dirty situation that nobody's going to want to trust in. That's facts, and I agree with you on that. Let me talk to this real quick, because I'm grateful that Mom asked this question. This is a great question, because this has been asked a lot. I've asked this question, and she said, I have a question. So that Brian was arrested. How many more brutal massacres have we seen in that area? That's a great question. It really is, because there haven't been any more. But let me ask it this way. If you and AR, I hate to put you in this spot. I want to ask you this, not because you've done this, but because unfortunately you've had to be around people that have probably done stuff like this. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that being said, and this is all respect intended, you know that.
Yep.
Somebody that has done something like this, let's say, for instance, this is absolute speculative and absolutely just a question based on what we're talking about right now, nothing more. There's no facts in this at all. But somebody goes and does this, commits this crime. They don't catch that person or those persons that did it. They put somebody else in shackles for it. Off they go. They got away with it. They move on. Do you think that somebody that did this and got away with it would in turn commit more crimes like this, AR?
Not
Or
in the
anybody?
same area. Not in the same. And I've always been one that in the back of my mind said, this is someone that's close, very, very close, but very movable. Meaning all the kids went home right after this tragedy happened. Meaning
Right.
that anybody that committed this crime had the prime opportunity to disappear, just like all the other students did, and it just looks normal. Now they've set up somewhere else. So anybody that asks that question, like, well, we've seen a complete stoppage of crime in the area of a violent nature. Yeah, where else has there been violent crime out of the blue that just popped up? I mean, these people move. They move around. I've been around, like I've been housed with these people. I ate lunch with them. I talked with them, and unfortunately, in my past, I've committed crimes, guys, that involved violence as well. I mean, it just is what it is, and we always had a moving aspect. Oh, okay. We're not on the radar. We're in a good position right now. They've got someone else on the radar. Before they can interview us, let's go. We got to get out of here. We got to go. And
Right.
the best example of how we kind of know that's possible, you have 2 unidentified blood DNAs at the crime scene that are still to this day unidentified.
Right. Right.
That tells you somebody else most likely was a part of this. And they're unidentified. They moved on. And I will say this much, that
Moscow does have a high crime rate. Molly, I have followed. Molly has followed their whatever you call those things anyway, and looked at before this happened. There was a lot of stuff that went down, but it's not always broadcast. You know, we never looked at it because we didn't hear about it. This was massive. And again, I think Mom followed that with, again, where did it go? How many more have we seen anywhere in the United States, Canada, that match the crime since? And that's a very good point, Mom. It is, but this is such a massive crime, and a dramatic
So
crime.
I've done a little research on that, Dago. Can I help like add a little bit
sure.
of info to
Yeah,
that?
no, that's the whole
Because
point. That's the whole
we're
point.
talking about a quadruple homicide that happened just off a college campus, and it's got national notoriety to it. But what a lot of people don't understand is these very crimes happen every few hours across the country, where multiple people lose their lives and get no national news from it. Just within the Washington and the Idaho area, you had a young kid take the lives of his entire family, leaving one victim alive, his sister.
Yeah.
And that was not nationally televised.
Right.
You had a 6-person massacre down in Arizona that was not nationally televised. It happened on Arizona State University's dorm block. We don't have enough time or enough resources to nationally broadcast how many of these crimes happen on a daily basis. This one hit the big waves because the amount of people from YouTube, News Nation that gravitated to this case. What if they gravitated to a different case and they didn't gravitate to this one? This one wouldn't have been on the front burners. It's on the front burners because these victims got lucky enough that people put this on the front burners. There's other victims' families out there that don't have that very same luck. They don't have people out there willing to broadcast every minute and discuss every detail of their crime. I mean, good Lord, I have a buddy right now. Well, this is bad. Like, I don't even know if I should talk about it, but I have a good friend right now. He's sitting on death row in Arizona. And we still write back and forth because I'm trying to get him to realize that his path in life with the affiliation and everything he was all about was fake and unjustified. And he needs to grow up and he needs to be the man that I know he is because I got to know him before all of this stuff happened. And he's in for multi-murders, like multi. He even killed, after killing people on the street, he killed an inmate in the Maricopa jail there in Arizona while I was there with him. His name's Pete Van Winkle. People can look him up. He's on death row in Arizona. And after killing an inmate there at the jail, he got death penalty. And they sent him to prison. He's on death row block. And guess what? He's killed 3 more inmates on death row block. And I'm trying to convince him. I'm like, dude, I know there's good in you. I've sat down. I've ate lunch with you. We spent numerous years of life together. And he said, you know what I'm really most frustrated about? And I had to take a step back and listen to him. He says, none of my cases got the national notoriety that the victims deserved.
Well, I mean, and that's the truth in that sense. Guys, I'm in Ohio. And I'll tell you for a fact, Ohio State University, there's been a lot of murders on campus and just outside of campus there. It's never been proven, per se, that the person that did this is or would have been, based on the psychological aspect of it, a serial killer, per se. I think that in this situation, okay, that there was one specific target. This is my opinion, by the way. You don't have to agree with this or anything. I'm just saying. I think there was one specific target that there was. I'm sorry.
Sorry, are you talking about the Idaho fall now?
Yes. I'm sorry. I should have clarified. But I agree. There was one target. I think that 2 of them were collateral damage. three of them, sadly, I feel were collateral damage. It's horrible. But I think there was one target, and I don't think there would have been any more
Yeah.
in this situation per se. So I can't look at it in that aspect as in that, if he wouldn't have been arrested or caught or whatever, that anything else would have happened, if that makes any sense, you guys. So I've never felt that way about this. And I think even law enforcement has put it out there as in that they don't believe that that's what this was either at this point. So I have that feeling on this. That's why not that those questions weren't very good questions, because they are. Because I, of course, in the beginning asked the same question. They need to have somebody in custody, God forbid, because who knows what could happen after the fact. And it could be related to the fact that he wasn't given the chance to be that person because he was arrested. I agree. Okay, we look back at serial killers. We look back at mass murderers that have done certain things too. It could be, it could not be. And again, I understand. Like I said, I'm not saying Brian didn't do this. Don't take me the wrong way. All I'm saying is the things that we're talking about are the things that make me doubt his involvement in this, is all it is, okay? Which again, we'll never know that, if even then, until the trial per se. But the whole point in what we're talking about, though, is because so many things have been brought to light right now recently. It makes even more doubt for this, okay? And I don't understand how or why.
I agree, Dago, because a very good question, but I never ever feel like this case is a Bundy-esque kind of, or a BTK, or I do not think, my opinion only, just my opinion, I did a study because of this case, and I looked into 10 different serial killers, and most of those kind of serial killers will either use their hands or they will strangle their victims with something. It's
right.
And also if it was a serial killer, they had that kind of blonde, attractive, or it doesn't have to be blonde, but just that I need to kill someone, it's growing in me, and it's the young women. Dylan would not be alive. Dylan.
That's my point there too. Yes.
Dylan's bedroom window was beneath Maddie's. So we've got blonde Maddie with a clear M in her window, and then down below we've got an attractive blonde, slim attractive blonde, who opened her door several times. And if we are to believe what we're fed, this perp walked in through a slider and he ignored the blonde in the first room, and he walked past that three times. If it was a Ted Bundy, he would have been opportunist. He'd have known from watching that house that there was somebody right next to the slider, and she would not have survived, in my opinion, at all, if this was a Bundy case.
My wife believes the same thing. When we talked about it, she went back to that too. When she got her degrees, and when she went to school to get her degrees, I should say, they covered stuff like this, Bundy's case and Dahmer and stuff like that. And she feels the same way you do on that aspect. She doesn't think so, because Dylan and or Bethany very well, maybe not Bethany so much, because Bethany, it maybe wasn't even known that she was there, but definitely Dylan would not have survived that person. And thank God that she did, but
I agree. I think Bethany tucked away downstairs, a random perpetrator could miss her. They could not miss Dylan.
I kind of have a feeling, guys, and I'm going to disagree a little bit. I don't think Bethany stayed on the first floor the entire time. She came up. She had to have at least come up the stairs to try to figure out what was going on. I mean, if your friend on the second floor is texting you saying, "Hey, I think I'm hearing a violent situation up here," You're not going to just sit in your room and text
be-
message back and forth. I mean,
I
no
will be
way.
honest with you, AR and Mom. Yes, you are. She's right, guys. They're absolute serial killers. Come from all walks of life, different things that drive the urge. That's a point, proven fact. They're not all pretty boys, and they're all different variations. Nice, mean, ugly, dirty, clean, smelly, whatever. Yes, men and women.
Yep.
So that's a very,
Yep.
very true fact, Mom. Thank you for that input. And
But
I
they
agree with you.
would have taken out witness that they walked past 3 times. I
And
personally
that's
really
something
believe
I've
that.
I've always agreed. And I have to say, AR, I feel that you're right. And I'll add 10 cents to that, sir. I think they both came out of their rooms after the fact and looked around, and I will not ever not, you can't tell me they didn't. With everything that they had to have heard, and the situation that went down, I do not believe that those girls stayed locked in a room for 8 hours and didn't investigate what may have happened in that home.
So I've got a theory there. I would love to know your thoughts on this. What if they bolted? What if they ran out of there and actually they didn't call 911 because they were scared and just didn't run back? Because this is what I struggle with as well.
That's a good theory, Nelly. It really is.
And
I would understand the case so much more if someone at the very beginning had just come out and said the girls were scared shitless, had no idea what was happening. They ran away from the home and did not come back. I would say
that would make everything make sense. Would it or would it not?
Yep. Yeah, I would say, yeah, I agree. I could totally see that because you know what? 95% of the people on Earth would have done exactly that.
Especially teenage girls. And I'm not saying that girls are any less stronger than a man or boys. I'm saying I have 2 daughters, and I know what they would do, and I know how they would feel. And I'm telling you guys, it doesn't make any sense that these girls locked themselves in a room and stayed there for 8 hours without calling somebody.
Okay.
So I've seen some of the biggest, most affiliated Billy badasses in the penitentiary when a fist fight riot breaks out. We're not even talking about people in the home, quadruple homicide with knives and this is just a fight on the yard. And I've seen the big boys go lock themselves on the back of the yard in a shower. So if somebody came out at the beginning of this and said, we had 2 young ladies that survived this horrible tragedy by running away and trying to not visualize it, not think about it, they just wanted to be away from it, they're in shock, I would say I completely 100% understand. That makes total sense to me.
And that being said, though, we know that they were there if we go by what we're supposed to, because everything is based on the timeline and everything is based on them, right or wrong, their phones and everything else. So there's that. But I can't accept it. I'll just put it that way. First off,
me too.
Dylan's bedroom was underneath Maddie's bedroom where the horror happened up there with 2 of the victims. Okay. I know you heard this. Don't tell me you didn't. I know you did. You were awoken by what you thought was somebody playing with the dog, which turned into something as you woke up a lot more, in my opinion. And not to mention, you're on the same floor next door to the other situation. You didn't hear that either. And we know that they were texting back and forth between each other. Probably, hey, do you hear this? What the hell is going on? What do we do? What's going on? What's happening? What should we do? Not one time did either one of you say we should call the police. Why?
So I'd like to pick up on that, Tago, because when you say she woke up, and we know it was 4 a.m., according to the PCA, this is a big puzzle for me. So she wakes up to what she thinks is Kaylee playing with the dog. Then she hears crying. Then she hears, it's okay, I'm going to help you. At what point does she hear someone enter the property? Because she's right next to the slider. Why isn't that in the PCA?
I don't know. There's a lot of things that should be there, Nelly. I agree with you. Why aren't they?
If she woke up at 4 a.m., that car if they're accusing that car, is still driving around. So
Right.
so if Kaylee playing with the dog was Kaylee being attacked, it can't be the car.
That's true too. Very true.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, also, ladies and gentlemen, just take a deep breath and realize the PCA is all false facts. So if we
Absolutely.
continue to base our thoughts and our opinions based upon a document that's completely false, we're never going to understand because there's nothing to understand.
And
That
that's-
complete statement that's in there is written by an officer, not by what Dylan said.
Right. And as I've stated, the PCA at this point, I follow the PCA because I'm trying to be a good boy and do what I'm supposed to do, the right thing. At this point, though, to me, it's garbage. It means nothing to me at this point.
It directly in the courtroom, it's stated as garbage. So, I
Yes,
mean,
that's
how
why.
can we can't follow it anymore. It's already been deemed garbage. So that's over.
Exactly.
So all we've got then, because that's all we had really, isn't it? And that's why we've all gone by the PCA. But from the last hearing, we discovered this PM thought a victim was running up and down the stairs. But we also have, and this is another question, and this raises a lot of questions for me, to the point I went back to the house and did an inside tour of the house, because Ann Taylor brought up that DM, it wasn't just she heard someone crying, she heard them crying from the bathroom. And I thought, okay, I'm going to assume that that's Xana, okay, because it's on her floor. Maybe it was Ethan, I don't know. But let's say, to me, it makes most sense that it was Xana. So other than the PCA, we've got interviews that Ann Taylor has brought up in the hearing. And it's that Dylan heard crying from the bathroom. So this made me really think, and I'd love your thoughts on this, right? So
Sure.
I thought, if she was in the bathroom crying, isn't there a lock on the door?
Mm-hmm.
And I went back to a house tour, and I don't know how accurate it is, but you can see one of those little, internal twiddly locks on.
Yeah, right.
You can see that on the ground floor or the first floor bathroom where Bethany is. When you go up to Xana's bathroom, I can't see one. It looks like there's no lock on the door, but I don't know how accurate that is. But then I thought, regardless of that, but initially I thought, wouldn't you lock yourself in the bathroom if you were afraid? I did that as a child. If my mother was after me, I'd lock myself in the bathroom. But I couldn't see a lock. But then I thought, if you've got to a point, you're crying in the bathroom, either you're scared and hiding, in which case, don't you scream for help?
I would think so. I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
You get into that bathroom, I would be screaming for help. I think most of us would. Or
And I believe that more than likely did happen, which in turn would make me, if I was a roommate, hearing that, pick up the phone and call 911.
Absolutely. Or, and this is really sad, and I'm going to say this, or at that point, was Xana injured and went into the bathroom and therefore crying, not screaming? And then came out late, like crawled out later and passed away in front of her door, or, and then I think, could she have been saved?
It's very possible. I actually asked that question in a show we did, Mama Bear. I don't remember when, you might, because of the time, the 8-hour period of time. I wondered if any of the victims could have been saved because 911 wasn't called when they should have been.
Yeah.
And I was very actually upset about the fact that I don't know, and wondered if a possibility was that could have happened, and that's sad to me.
Yeah.
So
I also thought, if Xana was in the bathroom and perhaps later crawled out, I just don't understand how somebody can be crying in the bathroom and nobody is helping. And is that the point? He said outside.
it could be.
Well, I thought, would someone, why would she come out of the bathroom if she was afraid? Is that the point someone said, it's okay, I'm going to help you? Because Zana was crying in the bathroom and that made her come out. Because I thought, why would she come out?
Mm-hmm.
Unless she thought everyone had gone.
Or unless, like what Kate just said, that whole "I'm here to help you" was to coax her out of the bathroom.
Exactly what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Agreed. I mean, that's a good point from both of you.
But guys, remember, we only have a handful of minutes for all of this to happen.
That's the other thing too. You're right. That's a good point. I've heard it's changed so many times, but yeah.
I mean,
I
I don't see there enough time to sit there and coax somebody out of a bathroom that's probably, I mean, what it sounds like, already badly injured. And with the devastation of the injuries, I don't even know how they would get in the bathroom to begin with. But if they did, I don't think they would make it out.
We're right. We're also told though that Hunter, okay, had to be called over to help to get a door pushed open to Xana's room. Remember that?
Right.
So
yeah, but all the doors are now said to be open.
Right. And
every door is now claimed to be open in the court. That's stated directly in court.
Let me ask you though, Air. I thought about that too. I loved that you brought that up because is that because they were left that way after the commission of the crime? Or is it because people came into that home and opened up all the doors and walked through and looked at everything?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And or did the girls? I'm just saying, I have to wonder that. You know what I mean?
Well, you do also have to understand if that's the case, if others opened those doors and toured that home before authorities got there, that's contamination of a crime scene.
Of course, which I said from the beginning, I truly feel that crime scene was absolutely contaminated.
Yeah, 100%. That's been one of my biggest arguments from the very beginning is this is so like defense friendly. If they just attack the right arguments, they've got a great opportunity to not only create reasonable doubt, but put pressure on the investigation all the way across the board.
Of course.
I mean, think of the O.J. Simpson trial. We're talking about a glove that just didn't fit that was found outside, and that became a focal point of the case being corrupt and poorly investigated. And now you're talking about a completely compromised crime scene, bad witness. I mean, there's so much that goes into this that just screams Bryan Kohberger's got a lot of outs at trial as long as they attack it appropriately.
Of course. And Dan says again, and I agree, the entire scene should have been considered contaminated from the jump because it was when they arrived on scene and saw all those people there. If I was alone, I've been to this situation, not as a police officer, but as a firefighter or working in EMS as a first responder, where I've come upon a scene and there's 15 people standing here and we've had to clear the scene. You don't know what they did before you got there. Okay. So as a law enforcement officer, pulling up to a situation like this and there's 35 people standing here, I'm probably exaggerating. I'm just saying, you don't know who was in that house before you got there. And it's known that she contacted and called people there to come there before they called police. How many of those people went inside that scene? We know one for sure, okay, that was claimed to be. And what did they do inside that house? And how many of them did? That's a huge problem. That is absolutely, that whole scene is contaminated, period. From that point, as soon as they responded, it was contaminated. And then to finish it off, multiple adults in the vicinity of 4 victims for hours. That is as contaminated as it gets. And I have to agree with him. You are absolutely right, Dan. Yeah. That in itself completely changes this case from the beginning.
Also, I was really shocked that the rear of the property in the parking lot was only cordoned off, 2 or 3 days later. They didn't even seal that off. And if they felt like the perpetrator left from the slider, why didn't they immediately seal off that back parking lot? They didn't. It took them a couple of days. You're on mute, there you go.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I do that all the time, but sorry. They left the couch back there. They left a bunch of other stuff back there, the garbage and stuff. I mean, why didn't you take all that into? Why didn't you take all that for evidence to look through? I mean, everything was left. I don't understand
Well,
that.
even to add to that point, they go, why were the mattresses from the bedrooms taken out in the bed of a truck, showcasing that they had evidence, maybe possibly blood on them?
Yeah,
All of that should have been actually taken by the evidence people to
Yeah.
local facilities for testing,
and bagged.
and it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Things were removed by a U-Haul truck, and we
Yeah.
have no idea what actually left that crime scene in the U-Haul truck. We don't know what possibly was actual evidence and not evidence, because heck, they didn't even test the blood to figure out who that belonged to. So,
Agreed.
you know,
Yeah.
Agreed.
you know.
A lot of
the
mistakes.
The other thing that stays in my mind is that Kohberger was arrested on, I believe, was the 30th of December.
29th or 30th. Yeah, I can't remember for sure, but you're right.
Well, I know for sure the very same day is when law enforcement started clearing out that house.
Mm.
It was immediate. The day he was arrested, they started clearing out that house, and it was the defense who stopped them.
They even had the cleaning people there, and that had to get shut down. And yeah, there was a lot of weird stuff happening.
Like,
Everything was strange the way that went down. All of it, guys. Every bit. I've never seen, and I've seen a few crime scenes. Okay, I've seen crime scenes that beds are evidence, like at least 5 I can tell you of. Okay, they put that entire mattress in a plastic bag.
yeah.
Why was that not done here, especially in a situation like this? Why? I know it's a big or wrap it in tarps or whatever you got to do. I've seen it done.
I'm
What
not being gross here, but there could have been other bodily fluids on those mattresses, not just blood.
I mean, but still, you need to encase that in something to
Absolutely.
preserve that. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. There were so many mistakes made with this. It's too many mistakes. Whether it's because of inexperience or not, you can't make that many mistakes in a situation like this and not expect there to be problems within the investigation at that point. Okay. And it bugs me. It just, those things bug me.
Yeah.
They really, really do.
I just wanted, before, just because we're in that moment, is that I think we all give Dylan a really hard time, but I think equally we need to give Bethany the same treatment.
I do.
Because all right, she's downstairs tucked away, but above her was Anna and Ethan, and that house was made of cardboard as far as I could see.
I agree with you. I said that the walls were paper thin.
Absolutely. And I live in a house with my brother. I sit outside the house in a conservatory watching TV. There's a door between us, there's a kitchen, and my brother's above the kitchen. I can hear him move his chair. And my house is made of solid bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really odd that Bethany is not playing any part in this so far. And she's supposedly got this exculpatory evidence. But I do think we're all in danger of going, well, Dylan should have done this, Dylan should have. I don't think for a minute Bethany didn't hear what was going on right above her.
Well, you notice that exculpatory evidence that Bethany supposedly possesses has disappeared. That's not talked about anymore. And when they tried to bring, and I'm not saying that this coincides, folks. I'm not saying that that's how this happened, but they wanted Bethany to come here to testify, and all of a sudden, she didn't want to. She didn't want to do it. We know that.
Yeah.
And then this is taken to the grand jury, and that kills the preliminary, and that's the end of it. And I promise you, if that preliminary hearing would have happened, this would all be different right now. Absolutely different.
Yeah, agree with that.
So that has always been an issue for me at that point too. Believe me, I don't want to be hard on anybody. I just have questions for both of them. I'm not saying that they did anything absolutely horrible, this and everything else. And in a sense, I do feel that they're victims too, because of what happened within that house, if there is no involvement by them. And if anything, if at the very least, I'll give them that they're guilty of being irresponsible. But here's the thing, guys. because of the trauma of the situation. I've always given them that, but I still have just questions for them that why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And if you were in the protection of your own room, that should have been an immediate thing. If you have a phone in your hand, which we know they did, dial 911. That could have stopped the situation in route. There were officers so close to that area at that time. We know that. If you called 911 and said, hey, there's something going on within my home right now, I'm scared to death, they would have been there within seconds.
But you see, David, I said it earlier in your chat. It really, really makes me think that neither of them were scared for their own lives, because I think 99% of us were aware. If we were aware of a man with a ninja mask on and all these strange noises, you've got nothing to lose calling 911. And for me personally, I know that I truly believe they were more. I'm sure they were screaming. I don't believe. Say, for example, Dylan's right. She gave 4 different statements that a victim was running up and down the stairs. Didn't that victim scream? Didn't Zana scream? There were defensive wounds.
I agree with you. I think there was slam and banging and like, you know, screaming and yelling.
Absolutely.
And I've always said
Can
that.
I add just 2 cents to your guys' argument real fast?
Yeah.
Just kind of a thought. So we're discussing, obviously, we got to include Bethany in this discussion of people that, you know, that you possibly kind of let something happen without any reaction of getting help. What about the people on the other side of those cell phones that they were texting while all of this was happening? And if anybody doesn't believe they were doing that, look, Dylan was not just texting Bethany and Bethany just texting back Dylan, talking to each other. Trust me, these are college kids. Those texting fingers are flying to 40 different other people discussing what they're hearing right then. Why else do you think they have so many other people's electronics brought in and being analyzed? They were discussing this with other people. How did those people not register, oh shit, there's something happening at this house?
Right. And not to mention that I think it was Dylan made a phone call to her mother, I think at 10 or 10:30 a.m., which is still a period of time. That came out in the very beginning before she contacted police. So what was that conversation about? Why did you call your mother and what did you talk about? Okay. And did your mother tell you this is what you need to do? This is what you think? And that's something that was in the very beginning we had heard, and it's never been brought back up again. So
I mean,
go ahead.
If you legitimately think that Bethany and Dylan were in one of the most tragic scenes of their lives, you know, to where they're hearing a gruesome crime like this going down, and then you want to mention they were scared and they were nervous, and okay, I'll give a little bit of credence to that. I don't really believe it, but I'll give a little bit to it. But what about those people that they were text messaging that were not in that home experiencing what was being heard and what was going on? What was their reasoning? Were they in frozen shock phase, staring?
Did they not give advice? Did they not give advice and say, hey, you need to call the police? Hey, what are you doing there? Come over here, get out of the house, whatever. Yeah, that's a good point.
So here's a question.
You know,
what if they did call the police earlier? What if that's part of something that's being covered up? Because I delved into all the police logs from the September through kind of the end of November. I looked at it all, and not one cop is around after 3:40 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and they don't surface until about 8 to 9 a.m. What if part of this cover-up is because there are no cops around, because they've all logged off, they've all clocked off, and they didn't respond when they should have?
I mean, it's a valid thought. It's a very valid thought. There's also, think about that though too. Here's another thing that goes with that, Nelly. At some point, I think I showed a video. It was definitely about a year and a half ago of, and I hate bringing this, I hate even saying these words. The long-haired guy that was at the grub truck and his friend that had been stopped by police by their apartment, which is on the other side of campus.
The
And they
ones
were-
who on the sign, they'd stolen the sign. Is that right?
Yes, they stole the sign. His friend stole the sign, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
There's police over there on that side of town, and it was I can't remember the exact time, but I remember that a lot of us questioned the fact that they were there at that point in time when this was going on over here. So,
Mhm.
and that's a good valid thought, Nellie. I agree with you on that 100%. So,
Well, I'll tell you what is different about that night is that the police, from what I saw from the September through to beyond the November, they rarely make reports. That morning, and I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it, Rosie was there clad in black with, I can't remember who he was with, and they were like getting these boys on the battlefield and all the rest of it. They reported that stuff. And they reported the sign, and at 3:40 a.m. there were no further logs. So there's logs and reporting, and there was nothing after 3:40 a.m. till around 8:40 a.m. I can't remember. It was around the 8 o'clock the next morning. And I thought, I really hope this has been looked into, because from the September to beyond the November, Sunday mornings, there is not a single police log after 3:40 a.m. There's one exception, which is Halloween weekend. And I felt I knew there were no police around after around 3:40 a.m. Oh, well, someone knew. Was it a member of the public or was it a member of the police force? And yeah, there was nothing. And all of a sudden, from about 1 a.m, on that morning, they started making reports on trivial things like the sign, the Banfield, and then as it drifted into 8 a.m, they stopped reporting again. And I just find it really a little bit odd that, this happens to have happened around that time. The police were not on duty. So I thought, well, sorry, but either a cop's involved here or someone who knew that cops clocked off at that time. But why were the police suddenly making reports at that time in the morning when they never ever do? It was almost like they wanted to prove they were working. And I have to admit, I had some red flags. I really did.
So again, I had somebody come to my page on one of my videos and they left me a comment, and it really got me thinking, because many of us have focused in what could potentially be law enforcement's involvement in this crime. What could legitimately have they overlooked? What could they have done? And this person made a pretty good statement stating, well, isn't Bryan Kohberger studying and wanting to work for law enforcement? Wasn't he trying to be a part of law enforcement? So I kind of took a step back for a minute and I'm thinking, okay, where's this person going to go with this? I mean, it's really hard to argue that law enforcement could potentially have some involvement in this and not state that would be the connection that Bryan Kohberger could potentially have in this crime, is the law enforcement angle that he was involved with law enforcement in this crime. And it's like, wow, yeah, I didn't think of that. Like, I just didn't think
no, it's
to
a
look
good
at
point.
that angle.
It is a good
you
point.
know?
I agree. Now, with what you're saying, Nellie, I do have to say, I believe at least part of that would be shift change. There's a period of time, probably minutes, 15, 20 minutes, half hour max, that will have shift change, and it'll take some of them off the road for a while. You know what I mean? But really at that point, that's it. And it doesn't make sense, especially on a college campus on a weekend.
Yeah. But
Okay.
It's every weekend. I didn't go beyond the September. But so that's another part of it. My brain goes into overdrive, but I thought,
Sure.
what if what if Bethany and Dylan called 911 and nobody responded, and that's part of the cover up? What if?
I mean, that's that's their screw up, and they got to hide that because that makes them look horrible. Good point. That's a good point. And we already know that there were certain officers, probably quite a few in some senses, that were not available. Payne and Chief Fry and all them didn't show up until a certain time because they were hunting. They were on a hunting trip.
Yeah.
And the Mabbit didn't show up until what was it, 4 or 5 in the afternoon. That's when Payne shows up, and this was a mess all the way around. And again, I'm not downing them for that. They have a life. It's the weekend, they're off, this so on and so forth. You don't expect this to happen. So yes, there is that too, but that's a possibility, Nellie. I can agree with you. And I've always said that corruption doesn't always have to be that they're involved in a situation, but that they've made mistakes and they don't want the world to see that.
Yeah.
That is still corruption, in my opinion. I agree with. Hey, Leah, good to see you. Wonderful to have you here. Let me back up to something that was said here. Phil has asked a couple questions I didn't get to address yet. At what time did crime scene historical event recorder arrive at the scene? What are the timestamps on each and every photo? That's never been revealed, Phil. Neither has. Is there any photographic evidence depicting the location and position of the sheep? It's all been by word of mouth, period.
Yep.
And of course, I don't know why they wouldn't, but they haven't shown it. And then we also have the 911 call that has never been released ever and probably never will be. There's a lot of things that they kept to their chest, and I get it to an extent, but you've let all this other stuff out. So, there's a gag on the case. There's that too. So remember that. And that's another thing. They barely even describe specific locations of the bodies in the PCA. Another good point, Dan. Thank you very much. Wonderful to see you, Leah. It's so grateful to have you here tonight.
Well, that's like in the PCA, it said it leads you to believe that the girls were like one was laying on top of the other, but then Christy comes out and says that was it Maddie?
Maddie was in the bed. See, I've always thought that too. That Maddie was, yeah, Maddie was in the bed sleeping, and Kaylee was kind of sitting up in the corner behind her, per se, next to her.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
it's
we
like,
were led to
what?
believe in the beginning that they were laying in the bed side by side, and that's just not true. And there's things that I don't know. There's things that are just very wrong, and there's more that we're going to do with this. There's going to be we're going to be having to close this down here soon, but there's going to be a part 2 to this. Because there's a lot more to touch base on. And I really want Willie to jump up here and put out, his thoughts as well. That was the whole point behind this initially when we talked about it. I'm just saying, guys, there's a lot of questions that have gone unanswered that will never be answered, in my opinion, for reasons. And I want to know why. There's still never been a motive put out as to if Bryan Kohberger did this, what's the motive? There ain't one there's no way to make one exist now because some of the basis of the motives was based on stalking. It was also based on the fact that there was connection between him and them. None of that exists. So where's a motive now? I don't see one. There isn't one. And I struggle with the thought of a criminology student that is putting his life into a situation for schooling, paying this money, doing all this hard work to get this degree. Did it just to see if he could? I can't make that make sense, guys. I just can't.
So here's a question. If he took his phone with him, who was he going to call?
Wait, say that one more time.
If it was Kohberger, criminology student, and he took it, why would he take his phone with him? Who was he going to call?
That's never made any sense because he knows that's one thing you probably shouldn't do. There's a few things.
Why would he take a knife sheath with him? Nobody that plans on killing anybody takes a knife sheath
and leaves it. You would connect it to your body, I would think, or a belt, or this. None of that ever made sense. Never, ever. None of that has ever made sense to me ever. Yeah, exactly, Dan. It just doesn't. It doesn't match. It doesn't fit, which is why people have struggled with this so bad. And I agree, Mom. That's and please clarify that, everybody. Understand, we're not in his head, and everybody, he could be this mastermind, whatever crazy person that did this just because he felt like doing it. So on and so. That's a very true possible fact. Okay.
I agree, but I still think if he didn't care to that extent, he'd have done a plea deal or something by now. He wouldn't he? That could be his motivation, right? But I still don't think he'd have been that stupid. I don't think he'd have driven around cameras and taken his phone and carried a knife sheath in his hand. It doesn't make sense.
That survey that a lot of people refer to that, and we can't forget that survey that he put out there or whatever. But my understanding is that was for a project.
Sorry, I'm going to stand here and get cross about this. He was a criminology PhD student. You have got to do case studies. You've got to. I'm doing a counselling course at the moment, and actually, I would really love to counsel perpetrators because not many people want to, and I'm fascinated by it. And you wouldn't believe the things I have to write about.
No, I would. I spoke to a couple of my friends that are police officers about this a long time ago. And when one of them was a criminology student because he wanted to do forensics, ended up being a uniform officer. And that's very true. I'm glad you said that too. You have projects you have to do in these classes where you have to do weird things like this and figure things out, and that's what I attribute that whole survey to.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Dago, the Q is in the ology, criminology. He's looking at the psychology of criminals. It doesn't make him a criminal. He's studying them. Coffin Daffer, bless her heart, I still think she was a filing clerk. However, anybody who studies criminology, forensic psychology, you have to try and do a study into the mind of a killer. It doesn't make them killers.
That's very true. That's a good point. Very true. I can't stand talking about her because she just drives me nuts. I'm just saying.
But do you know what I mean? I just think, even there's victimology, there's all these ologies, criminology. There was nothing weird about his study. It is what a PhD student in criminology would do as a project. I can guarantee 100%.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That I do agree with. Welcome to Nell. Good to see you. She says, no history of violence. Chose the worst house with cars parked out front. It literally makes no sense. A lot of it doesn't. No, I agree. Now let me ask the Mama Bear, Nelly, Arctic, Jesus, sorry, AR. At least I got the letter right. Is there anything? Welcome, Brian Abbins. Is there anything that makes you guys feel like Brian could have done this? Let me ask that question.
Oh, good question.
What'd you say, Mama Bear?
I said no, not at this point anyway.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Nelly. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't hear.
No, I said, good question. I think, the only thing I can think of is if he had a fixation with one of them. I still can't reconcile that he would know. From what we hear from Ann Taylor, he didn't stop at the house. I don't think he knew the house on the night. If that was his car, he didn't know where to park. I don't think he'd have known who was in which room. I can't.
He's not an incel either. He's not an incel.
I just think I can't think of. I think when Steve Gonsalves said that he was jealous, I do not think, and this is just opinion because I don't know his mind, I don't think he'd be jealous.
Right, and that's my whole point. What have we seen? And I want anybody to answer this, not just anybody up here, but what have we seen? This is why there's going to be a part 2 of this. What have we seen about, from, or with Brian Kohberger that would make any one of us believe that he could have done this?
I
Because
think,
that's- Go
you
ahead.
know, if I could just throw in a quick 2 cents, because I mean, I get the discussion that you guys are having with this, and we're focusing on what traits do we see within Brian Kohberger, what tendencies has he showcased to, you know, the world that we can depict. This is exactly, you know, that kind of gives us the reasoning that we feel he could have done it. I mean, I guess because of my background and the places I've been and the people I've been around, you just don't know. I mean, unfortunately, I've been with people that intentionally committed the crime. I've been around people that spur of the moment committed the crime and snapped. I've been around the people that didn't mean to commit the crime, it just happened.
Right.
And the personalities and the differences of demeanor and everything is just so broadly different between all of them. You know, who would have thought? And I've had so many people through my years on this earth that look at me and say, you know, when we watched you grow up, we would have never fathomed you would have been in the penitentiary. We would have never fathomed you would have been a part of an affiliation. We would have never fathomed this, fathomed that. And I just look at him and go, well, why wouldn't you have thought I could have been? Like, what is it about me that you made your, you know, overall decision that that couldn't be something I would be? That's you just not understanding circumstances. So
That's
at the end of the day, I think this is going to legitimately come down to a battle in the courtroom of who tells the better story, who makes more sense, what lawyer that steps before that jury with their opening statement drives a point that people are willing to gravitate to and say, aha, that kind of makes sense. And this is where I struggle, because if that prosecution steps to the plate and has no reason why Brian Kohberger would have committed this crime, if they can't come up with, maybe it's not a motive, but maybe it's well, this is, you know, it kind of transitioned this way and it just fell into the lap and it happened. And this is why we think it happened.
right.
If they can't give some sort of picture of Brian Kohberger snapping, taking the lives of 4 people, and then being able to return to 100% calm, collected. I'm going to go get a haircut. I'm going to go see my doctor. I'm going to drive with my dad across the country. He returned back to normality after a quadruple homicide. That's
He
not
went
normal.
back to work. He went back to school and worked as a teacher's assistant grading papers.
Yeah,
And that's it. That's
Sorry.
not normal, guys.
It's
That's
not.
not
And
at all normal.
here's
So
the
he-
thing, and this is nothing against what you said. Where'd it go? I lost the comment. I'm sorry, but his body language was off, and he was a little bit odd, so on and so forth. And guys, don't take this wrong. My son, my 18-year-old son, is odd. He's awkward. Mama Bear knows this, and he can be in that way, but that doesn't mean he couldn't hurt a fly. So we
Yeah.
can't judge it based on those things. We can't. Okay.
Well, let's put this into perspective. I'm a YouTube creator that comes out every single day, and I've made one big statement about me personally and my criminal history. I've never been a drug addict. I've never done a drug. I've never ever been intertwined in the game of it, other than, you know, what our affiliation dealt with. And yet every single day people point at me that I'm an addict and I need to drop the pipe and I got to do this. And it's like, are you guys not listening to me? Like, I've directly stated I've been one of the worst criminals you've seen, stupid criminal. But that's the one thing I never did. I never did a drug. And
Right.
yet that's what you guys continuously point at me and say is I'm a drug addict and I need to. You guys are legitimately, you're so focused in on, okay, my
Stereotype.
my eye doesn't look right. Okay, so Brian Kohberger's a little bit different. We all are. That's why we're unique and we're human. We're different. I mean, that's
Right.
is what it is.
Right.
So,
And mom just said BTK lived 2 lives. That's a true fact. That's absolute factual. His family had no idea that the man was doing the look at Golden State. That dude was a cop. and did this for years. And I mean, he was investigating. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I even read that he investigated some of the crimes he committed. Okay, in some senses.
But Dago, an answer to that as well is how long did it take them to catch those individuals compared to how long it took to catch Bryan Kohberger?
There you go. That's what
Okay.
if you're living next statement, right?
If you're living a different two-personality life, and let me tell you, as a criminal, that's what you have to do. Even the criminal I was, that was nothing like trying to run from mass homicides.
Sure.
But I still had to be on the run. I still was looking over my shoulder constantly. I still felt the pressure that every time I looked out the window, the cops were there for me. And, you're just, and it's like Bryan Kohberger gets pulled over on his way back to Pennsylvania, and we're all scrutinizing that pullover. But at the end of the day, if you look at that pullover, it's no different than the last time you were pulled over, I was pulled over, or anybody was pulled over on a normal, everyday basis. We talk with the officers. We look a little shaky because we don't know what the hell we're pulled over for. And it's like, oh, damn, here we are. I hate being around cops, so I'm going to act shaky around cops all the time. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He handed the cop his ID. They had a conversation, and he drove away. So, come on, let's stop, pointing the finger at this kid because he's different. Yeah, he evidently wasn't so different that he couldn't get a date. I mean, we all have heard he went on dates, so girls didn't dislike him to the point they wouldn't date him.
They actually, that's been talked about, and if I can get her to join us, Willie said that he could make it happen. It would be amazing. Casey Arnott, the first girl that was interviewed that was friends with Bryan when they first came out, Willie knows her, and he
drove him around for the narcotics.
Yeah, that girl there. I would love to have a conversation with her about who Bryan was as a person then, without all the media pressure and things like that, without her being judged, yelled at, which is not going to happen here. If that were to happen, I would love to hear about the things that happen. I mean, guys, we've seen serial killers. Mom is right in some senses about some of these people. She's absolutely right. And that is what I had to question with this. But, and then you have Dahmer, who was killing animals and doing weird things when he was younger. That's led into him. Bundy's personality. You'd have never guessed that Bundy was a serial killer based on who he was. He's probably one of the most suave, personable people you'd ever talk to in your life. You got Gacy that I mean, and I know we're not looking at a serial killer situation, but
even Florida, that guy Rollins from Florida that would sing in the courtroom and women clamored over him because he had an amazing personality. And that was one thing too. Like Jennifer, my wife, used to get upset when she would have to go to court with me, because there would be other women in the courtroom that would be like chatty with me and flirty while I'm sitting there in handcuffs. And it's, we as criminals could still have a good attitude. We could still have a personality, and people can be attracted to us. So
there was a guy here in Cleveland, guys, that 15, 20 minutes from me that buried 26 people under his house, and nobody had a clue. They thought it was the meat factory down the road that smelled. Okay. And the man was very very friendly as a neighbor, so on and so forth. So there's different, yes, you don't know. Okay. We don't know. We don't know. But I want to know. We've heard things from Willie about what he knows about Bryan from when he was younger, this and that. I want to hear, like I said, I'd love to hear from Casey, so on and so forth. And I'm just saying, there's different things that I look at this guy when he's sitting in court. Okay. And I just don't see it. I don't see him having the ability to walk into this home, do this, and walk away. I don't. Okay. And it's only because I think nobody showed me any evidence that he did it. Now, if you show me some evidence that this guy can snap and flip like that, maybe I'll have a different mindset on this. And I kind of wanted to believe that Bryan did this. I have wanted to, because that would give me a little more faith in the judicial and law enforcement systems as to you did the right thing, folks. I'm struggling so bad with it now, guys. I really, really am. I told you I've been in the middle on the fence, and I'm still there. I'm leaning a lot more towards the innocent side because of the things that are coming out. And that's where part 2 is going to come in when we do this, maybe tomorrow or the day after. It just depends. And go over the evidence itself and in detail and things like that, because that to me is where I think the importance lies at this point. How did you take the evidence that is found when there isn't a whole lot? There's no DNA that man has on him, anything that belongs to him from those victims. There's the pings don't count anymore. There's no stalking. The phone means nothing.
They
The
don't have his
eyewitness is gone.
Right. And then the DNA is a joke. So what the hell is there that says that this guy did this? And I want to see past that. I do. So we're going to look at the evidence. We're going to talk about the evidence, break it down, every bit of it, and see what makes that make sense. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off if I did, AR.
No, I'm listening to you. I mean, it's a great points you're making. I always enjoy listening too. I know I talk a lot, but I love listening as well.
All about that. Nelly, were you going to say something?
No, I just think someone commented that, his background, his car was at the scene.
There was also another car that was seen leaving the scene. We come to find out a little before that. What was that?
Well, can I also throw a point on that just real quick about his background and all of that? Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't committed a quadruple homicide, and I was a criminal my entire life. I was involved in violent crimes. I was involved in financial crimes. I was involved in you name it type of crimes across the board. And I never got investigated for a quadruple homicide. So his background doesn't play a part into how he was able to commit this crime with no DNA or this or that. I mean, that is such a joke. Well, he was a student, PhD student in criminology, forensic data. I mean, he wanted to work on computers and things of that nature. He wasn't a DNA expert, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, let's slow this down now. And he never worked a crime scene or was involved in a quadruple crime scene like this one. So, come on. Let's stop with that, because his phone would have been left on the charger at his apartment. His car would have been left in the parking lot of his apartment. He would have rode a bike. He wouldn't have taken a knife sheath. He wouldn't. I mean, come on, stop. I mean, you can look at it one way and say his background allowed him to get away with it. Well, damn, what if his background have told him not to do the stupid things that they're claiming he did? I mean, come on.
But also, I think this, I can't remember who made the comment, but I think the background, as in apparently he hated women, he couldn't get a date, he couldn't do all this stuff. Look,
he's not an incel. That was all proven to be wrong, but yeah.
And also, I was quite surprised. I do watch some of the defense diaries, and I like Bob Motter, and he was swaying towards guilty, and he said, well, that post where he said he had that visual snow, that was weird, man. And I thought, what? Brian was a teenager. I wrote weird poems, and
a lot at his age of 14 writing that. Yeah. I burned down a middle school to the ground. So he's writing on paper. He's writing on paper some crazy stuff, which I've done too. But I physically at that age showed that I was going to be a criminal and how much I had distaste for people. And I took my little match lighting burning experiences out in the desert, and I took it to the local middle school with 1,000 people inside of it and lit that school on fire to where it burned to the ground. I think people can know the difference between, okay, he showcased he hated women. Set all that aside. I don't care. Showcase that he knew these victims in any way at all. Show me how he knew these victims.
They've already said that he hasn't. That's one of the.
There you go, then.
I have.
So prove to me that these women meant enough to him that he had to go take 4 lives. And if he hates women, why these 4? He went and put in a security system for a cute girl. He went on a date with another girl that I guess had good birthing hips. He talked to girls at the bar. So if you have such an issue that you hate women so much, why is it this house that actually had 2 more women in it that didn't even get touched? Okay, so you had a total of 4 women in that home, where only 5 women, and 3 of them lost their lives and 2 didn't. But he took a male's life on top of that.
Yeah.
So showcase, if you have such a hatred for women, why didn't you, one, take out all the women? Because you would know they lived there. You know that's a female home. That's not a co-ed home. That's a female home. And you're gonna, supposedly, because everybody says so, and he watched the girls and he knew the home and all this, he would have known there were 2 more, and possibly even more than that, because it's a female home, that the most likely people to be spending the night with those girls would be more girls.
Mhm.
And also, you know, we brought up the woman with the birthing hips. I found her really, in fact, I did a video on all of that.
Right.
So you've got a girl who comes forward, who went on a date with him, and he was awkward. I mean, jeepers.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Nelly. Thank you. When did she come forward? Before or after he was arrested and put out in the public eye?
Yeah, after.
Well, let's also ask ourselves this. If this girl wasn't awkward herself, why was she on Tinder?
Right. Well,
most girls that I know that are beautiful young ladies and have great personalities have dates lined up with whatever guy is in the mood that night. This girl's out on Tinder?
Well, yeah, but this girl invited him into her home and then decided she didn't really want to take it any further. And then faked throwing up in the bathroom. And apparently he was weird for standing awkwardly outside the bathroom door. And eventually he left.
And all that, none of that came out till after he was arrested and put in the public eye. So, yeah. I agree.
Guys, did you know that's normal now? That's the way all dates go, or is it just me? Like, I have to wait outside the bathroom door while the girl's puking to tell me she no longer wants to see me.
Absolutely. Who's the weirdo? Who is the weirdo in that?
I want to clarify something, though. Even though I have pointed out a lot of things that point towards Brian's innocence, it doesn't mean I fully feel that way, guys. All I'm telling you is what we've weighed. There's so much more that point towards his innocence than there is than with the couple little things that point towards him being guilty of this. That's really all. And just because law enforcement makes an arrest and there's victims, you can't just go along with that because they made that arrest. And you want, and I don't want this to sound ignorant, because I want nothing but justice for the victims and their families in a bad way. That can't ever be forgotten about these victims. So understand that, folks. Please, please. Number 1 in the top of the charts. It's about them. Okay? The problem with this entire case is the same thing in a sense that we went through in Delphi already. There's a lot of people that do not believe that Richard Allen did this because of the evidence, and it points away from him. We can't just accept it, though, because that's who was arrested. To give justice, that has to be real justice, is what I'm trying to say. That's why we're having this conversation. Doesn't mean that I don't want Brian to be the one. It doesn't mean that I believe that Brian didn't do it. I'm saying with what we're seeing, it points away from him rather than toward him. And that's why I have all these questions, folks.
This is why I'm very, very careful, and I've made a point in my content that now I focus on my beliefs of the crime scene. I focus on what activity could be happening outside the home. What could be the entrance point? I do not want to focus on the people that I may feel as though could have done the crime, because I don't have the knowledge or the expertise of the investigation to prove why this person was decided to not be a sus. I don't have all that info. So I'm not going to go out and just start pointing fingers at people. I mean, I can tell you my opinion is this was more than one person. I believe they entered through both entrances of the home, the front door, and I believe they entered through the slider door. I
Right.
believe this was a very methodical, it was a quick decision made that was not specifically pointed. Um, if this is done by somebody that had interest in one of the girls, there was somebody else there that helped take it to another level that caused more people to lose their lives. So could this be a tag along situation? That's maybe where I could see that Brian Kohberger somehow gets caught up in this. Is here's the ride. Here's the guy that's giving somebody a ride. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden stuff hits the fan and it's wild and it's chaotic. And all he wants to do is find a way to help his buddy get out of the situation, and something wild transpired, But
And that is plausible. That is very plausible. And
you
one
know, I,
request I do want to make, I do want to make for this for part 2 of this, if it's possible. I want, because I can listen to both ways, and I'm not gonna go and cut, I'm not gonna flip out on anybody because of the way they feel, but I want a couple people, if possible, to join us up here that have nothing but guilt feelings towards him. Truly. I
think-
want to hear
I
that
think-
side from somebody else. Okay. I want to hear why. I want to hear what truly makes you feel that way so that we can break that down as well. And listen, nobody's going to be talked down to or looked down to or any of that. I refuse to allow that to happen for anybody that will come out there and say those things. That's what this is supposed to be about too.
and I think people they go, no, I'm all about respect. I want to have that open
That's
conversation,
not
and
gonna
I want
happen
it.
because I'm gonna tell you right now,
But
if you believe that, sorry to cut you off, buddy.
no, that's fine.
You will be booted if you attack anybody that feels that he is guilty. If you feel that he's guilty, and somebody comes at you and tells you you're crazy, you're stupid, you're ignorant, you're dumb, they're gone. That's it. There's no two ways. That's not how this works. That's not how we do this. It's not gonna happen. I want to
Never
hear
have
that.
done it this way, that way on this channel, and we're not going to start now.
I'm not gonna allow
No,
for it. Well, I'm sorry to now. Go ahead and repeat what you were gonna say, Arctic.
no, I'm
AR.
100%. I'm 100% on board with you because I think the best discussions are between people that have different views of what transpired. We don't have to agree on guilt or not guilty. What we have to agree is that we're respectful enough to actually discuss points, thoughts, opinions, theories, and everything in a calm and collected manner. I ventured over to the Drunk Turkey show with Daniel after watching other creators really struggle to be able to have that conversation, and it became a little bit out of whack. And I reached out to him and I said, hey, you and I might have a different point of view, but I want to have a respectful conversation with you. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to analyze what you're thinking. I want to feel what you're thinking, and then I can respond to it. And you know what? We had a 2-hour live, completely respectful, a good conversation. And then, of course, people came at me saying I was weak in the way I was. No, I wanted to hear what he had to say. I wanted to learn what he had to say.
And that's
And
what I'm saying.
Yep.
This can't
I
be
agree with you.
one-sided. This has been, and I'll say, and it's nothing against any of us because we all have the same thoughts, but it can't be one-sided. That's the problem. You have to be able to listen to somebody that comes in and says, well, I think that it was Brian because of this, and this. And you have to be able to go, okay, I may not agree with you, but I respect that. And I want to hear what you have to say. That is the way this has to be. And it's not fair for us all to sit here and tell somebody you're dumb. That doesn't make any sense. This and that. Whether you agree with it or not, that's okay. That's not your right to tell somebody how they think or feel about it. That's why this never works out in a lot of other channels. And I've seen this go up in flames because people do that to each other. That's not what it's about.
I think what happens in my experience with that, I've tried to listen to the other side of the coin, and they quote misfacts. They don't. For example, somebody might come up and say, "Well, he was stalking them," and it makes my blood starts boiling because they don't have evidence of that, and I struggle. I've yet to find someone who thinks Brian's guilty not get the facts wrong. And
And
that
then,
was
there's been a
But-
lot of misinformation that's been put out, and it's got to be based on factual information. That's true.
Yeah.
But Nellie B, both sides do that. I see people that are fighting for Brian Kohberger's innocence release more BS than the people that are believing what mainstream media fed them. So it goes both ways, and that's why I get what you're saying, Nellie B. Underneath our skins, we can boil. But I know you as a person, Nellie B, from the interactions I've had with you. You could take a deep breath, you can listen, and then you can interject your opinion in a very calm, collected, direct manner that proves a point and gets heard. And that's what I
Right.
love about you. Dago,
Right.
you're the same way. I don't need to stand on a fence and put my foot to one side, whether it be guilty or innocent. My biggest objective is this. I look at true crime for a very reason that I want to see real justice. I don't care guilt, innocence. I want real justice. I want the right people. I want the right procedures to get to the right people. I want the right investigation. So I get the fact, Nellie B, when you say, well, we just continuously hear misinformation. Yeah, I just tuned into a couple of creators that feel as though Brian Kohberger's innocent and spewed a bunch of misinformation. It goes
happens all
both
the time.
ways.
Yes, it
It goes
does.
both ways.
And then you got people that are coming out here, and people take this information as fact, talking about, well, I saw this reflection over here of that going on, and these bodies were moved. And I'm not putting anybody's names out there, but you guys have heard these things. Well, this happened here, and then they were moved there, and then this happened over here. And the nonsense gets turned and twisted, and people believe it's fact because they hear it. No, we have
You know,
to
and
be commonsensical with this, okay? It's a murder investigation, for Christ's sakes. It's not a cartoon.
right. And I got to mention someone real quick because she's in the chat. Heather Fitzgerald. I've been friends with Heather for quite a while now, and I think a lot of it's because we both have pit bulls and we love our dogs and we're just big fans. So we've always messaged each other. But this young lady, you know, we conversed a while back when she was pointing out some misinformation, and it was legitimately coming from the not guilty side. Brian
Right.
Kohberger's not guilty, and she's pointing out to me because she knows that I'm a creator that really focuses in on the procedures and the justice system itself. I'm not looking at Brian Kohberger or other suspects and trying to, you know, figure out the clues because I don't know them. And I am so glad in the direction that she took because she now has a platform and she literally utilizes exactly what's happening in the courtroom. She will bring video of the actual statements by people and the courtroom and utilize that to prove her point. She's not dictating anything of innocence or guilt or this or that. She's dictating, look at this misinformation and look at where it's coming from directly from their mouth. I don't need to share my opinion because here it is, you know, and I love
Right.
that. I really, really love that.
And that, yeah,
And-
Heather's very intellectually gifted, in my opinion. It has been very helpful in a lot of things that we've talked about. So I agree with you on that. I do.
She's amazing. She's, you know, behind the scenes for a very long time. She was a support system for me mentally when I was struggling. Look, I went through a period of time I was struggling with other creators. The stuff that was coming out and then the back and forth negativity, and I was very much a part of it. Like I was involved in it, and that it just really made me take a step back. And exactly what you're saying, Dago, if we're going to do this, and I'm all on board with you, and I love your rules of it, I love the setting that you want to do, because I do want to hear the other side. I want to hear people's opinions. I want to have a discussion. I want to have a debate, but a realistic and a respectful one. I don't want any arguments. I don't want any drama. I don't want any dumb stuff to come out of the sides.
Right.
Because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Then when that happens, all I ever see is creators trying to take down another creator. They're using BS that is half truths, and it's like, dude,
Very true.
we
Very
don't need,
true.
you know, I'll just put it up front. I'm an ex-convict. I was a criminal. I was a liar. I was a thief. But I'm on a straight path because what I care about now, today, is what matters. And that's my family That's about my dogs. That's about learning what honesty and respect is. I have a new guide in life. So if people want to bring up my past and start really shredding me up for it, it's okay. I'll listen to your opinion, but you're not going to bring me down, and I'm not going to turn around and bring anybody else down.
Amen.
So
Amen.
I hope people will join you, Dago, and be willing to take the invitation to come up on panel, because I know, just in my heart, I know we're all capable of having that
Of course,
discussion.
and like
doing
I
it.
said, Doodlebug herself here just said, and this is why I threw this up here. She said she believes, because of the survey that he had put out, and someone that answered that, and they had the plan and believed that the blood print is the partners. That's, to me, that is a very viable theory, and that's what I'm talking about. That gives you the reason to believe this, regardless of the other things that may point in another direction. That still gives her that reason to believe that, and I respect that. That's what we need to be able to do, is to listen to that, process that, and be able to be objectionable about that kind of thing. And it's okay, guys, because guess what? We're not going to solve this crime. It doesn't matter two shits what the fuck we have to say about it. Excuse my language, but it's a fact. Okay. We're on YouTube and we're talking about it, and we're breaking it down, trying to understand it. And that's all there is to it. So there's no reason to be angry at anybody for the way they think about it. And it's ridiculous to be. And that's all it is. So I'm there with what you just said. And that's what I want. And I'm looking forward to being able to try to do that. So, like I said, part 2 is coming. And we're going to break down the evidence first and foremost, and then we can get into the other talks about the other stuff. But I want people that truly feel in their heart that Brian did this to be able to join us and talk about it, so we can debate it back and forth, understand their feelings on it, and they can understand ours, of course, which everybody in here has been very respectful. There's a few people in this chat, I promise you, that absolutely feel that Brian is guilty, but they haven't said one word against anybody in a negative way. That can go both ways, and absolutely will. If they can do that, we can do that. You can do that. He can do that. She can do that. Period. That's just all there is to it. So
let's just all be adults. Let's just all be respectful adults, having a conversation. You know, we can almost pretend like we're on a jury and we're hearing the different thoughts, the different opinions, to make just our feelings a little stronger, or our feelings a little more open. I mean, that's just legitimately what it is. We don't need to judge anybody. I do want to give just 2 quick shout outs to Unfiltered Lucky. Was in a car accident not long ago. He's recovering from that. Hopefully we see him back on the platform here pretty soon and back to healthy and full bore. So I want, to send him some love. And then even Drunk Turkey Show with Daniel over there, who, many don't see eye to eye with, and maybe don't agree with his assessment. He was injured pretty badly in a dog situation.
Daniel was?
Yeah, his arm has been devastatingly tore up. He's in the hospital as we speak. He's going to be there for a few more days. It was a very...
Oh my goodness.
It got relayed to me yesterday. It's been a couple of days. He's got a post up on his actual community page. I mean, I've seen the pictures that were sent to me of his arm, and it's devastating, guys.
Good God. Listen, you guys, in the end of this, it doesn't matter if we disagree about things. We're all the same people, folks, and we have to lift each other up. We don't have to agree.
Right.
And we need to be positive and pray and put, if you're a praying person, of course, and keep these people in your thoughts. Just because you may not agree with his feelings on certain things, he still doesn't deserve, we need to 100%.
Yeah, we're all human. We're all human. And his little daughter was at risk, and evidently Daniel and his wife were protecting the daughter, and Daniel took the brunt of what happened, and a lot of respect out to him for that and the recovery process. And I'll just finish off my little bit of talking, because I know it's a big debatable conversation in regards to Steve and Christy Gonzalez. And I understand why a lot of people have concern and make the statements that they do. But I want to add one thing to this real quick. That family, knowing that I've criticized them in the past and made very direct statements in regards to certain things about them,
Mhm.
reached out to me when they found out about my health issues to give me positive vibes, even some information in regards to different treatments and things to look at the hospital. They did not owe me that. They did not have to do that.
There it
They
is.
reached out in direct concern for my health and my wife, even knowing that we've had back and forth and differences of opinions. And the thing is the Gonzalez and I, we do not talk about the case ever because we disagree across the board. We
Of
do
course.
not talk about the case, but we're
And
human.
that's what it's all about, dude. And that's what I'm talking about. You all know, especially you, the things that I went through with a specific detective person, okay? And there were some bad things that happened in that person's life, okay? Some horrible things.
Yeah,
And
it's sad. It's tragic. It's very, very
it's
sad.
absolutely tragic. And I put myself out there, and I wanted everybody to do this as well, to say that I wanted the community to keep him in his loss in their thoughts and prayers, and to put that out there to him, even after everything that I went through. That's what I'm trying to say to you guys. That's what this is about. That's what we are about as a whole. We are all, and I've said this forever, and Mama Bear can attest to this. We are all the same brothers and sisters under the same God, guys. We don't have to agree about everything. We're damn adults. Just because we have disagreements about something that has to do with true crime, you don't wish bad things on somebody else, and you don't worship, or not worship, but you don't celebrate when they happen. That's not what this is about, okay? That is not what this is about, and it cannot be about that. Or this community, this whole platform is never going to go any further than it is, okay? And I'm just saying that is proof right there. So if you know that somebody that you don't like, you think you don't like, you disagree with, don't celebrate their failures or their disadvantages or things like that. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't make it any better. It doesn't make you a better person than that person. Like I said, that person tore me apart for a long time. And when I
I
found
was
out
with you. I
of
was
course,
with
like
you.
I said, you know. And when I found that out, that was absolutely horrifying to hear to me. And I absolutely put myself out there to say that. Whether he accepts it or he doesn't, that's okay. That's me putting that to you. That's all I'm saying. So
I was in a chat he was in not long ago, and I gave him the same regards that you did. You know, just the deepest of condolences, the best of just wishes for him and his family. You know, that we have to set aside the differences that happen on a public forum of YouTube and actually think about real life. This man's loss is devastating, devastating. And you could tell it's truly affecting him in a manner that I hope he recovers from. I really do. I
Agreed.
hope he recovers.
Agreed.
So, you know, I'm setting aside any type of differences. And Dago, you know, the funny thing is, you and I have had our differences, man.
Of course.
I mean,
of course.
it just is what it is. We didn't make him public. We didn't bring him out and argue all over the place about him because that's not what needed to happen. But guess what? Here we are today. We still converse with respect. We still support each other's drive to do something special on the platform. And, you know, I have nothing negative to say about you.
Nor
you know,
do
I
I
just,
for you.
you know, we've had our disagreements. It is what it is. It's over. Like,
And
it's
that's all
over.
it is a disagreement. It's human to disagree. Listen, guys, and it's so boring. If if we all sat in here and absolutely agreed on every single thing, and you guys agreed with everything I say, what the hell fun is that? How is that
Right.
interesting at all?
It wouldn't.
Okay,
It wouldn't accomplish. It wouldn't accomplish anything.
It doesn't, and
Right.
it's nothing. By the way, welcome, Dawn. I'm sorry I didn't say that sooner, but Doodle's right. Hate is way too heavy to carry. It sucks way too much energy out of you. Okay, it takes so much less energy to smile at somebody and say hi, and to have a good thought about somebody than it does to hate somebody. Jesus Christ, it's crazy. So again, we have to support each other in this realm if we're ever going to do any kind of good. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And I know that I'm not trying to preach here. I know I sound like I am, but I know that all of you are good for that. Well, everybody that's in here, I've seen all of these names and faces for a couple years, guys. I know you're good people. And
I'm
I
not.
know hush, of all people. But you know, just because you don't think the same way that I do, That doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make me a bad person. We just have a slight disagreement about something, and we can move on and talk about something else and fully agree on that, and then disagree again, and then come back to it again. It's okay. It's so ridiculous what shit has turned into out here in some senses. It's just not worth it.
Well, I
It's
mean, a prime example is Tommy Jude. Tommy Jude and I have known each other since the beginning of the Idaho 4 case. We've had our back and forth. We've had our disagreements. We've had everything. And what people don't understand is Tommy Jude and I have a relationship enough that we can text message each other directly, cell phone to cell phone, at any time behind the scenes. And we do. When there's something to be discussed, we do it directly with each other. Yet, for some reason, there's people that want to create some sort of fake issue between Tommy and I and bring it
what
out
they
like
do,
we have
bro.
issues.
This is
And
what
it's
they
like,
do.
dude, Tommy and I were live not long ago, and we made the announcement like, cut the crap. This
And
is
that's
not a
that's-
game. You know, this is
And that's where
stop
you
it.
got to do that. You got to be able to stand together. I disagreed with a lot of things Tommy said. Okay. But then I heard that Tommy was having a health issue. First thing I
Yep.
said is we need to say prayers for Tommy. Keep him in your thoughts. You know, he's still a person, guys.
Right.
Again, and it's just stupid to hate on somebody because they have an outlook that you don't understand or that you don't agree with. Come on.
Tommy Jude has an amazing community full of very loving and caring people. He himself is a very caring and loving person. I don't agree with every theory or thought the man has. Like,
Right.
I almost disagree with 80% of what he
Right.
thinks or
Right.
has as a theory. But I'm not going to sit here and argue and be negative when he wants to express his feelings or his thoughts, because I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm sharing my opinions. I'm sharing my thoughts. I would have to be as critical upon myself if I wanted to be hating towards Tommy for doing that. I would have to hate myself as well, because I'm
Right.
doing the exact same thing. So Tommy has every right to speak his truth, his feelings, his thoughts.
That's his truth. That's absolutely correct right there.
And
Yes, sir.
the respect that I have for the other creators now, you know, there's other creators out there. I completely hate their theory. I hate their story because, I mean, they're speaking upon a lot of things that I've endured in life and people I've been around and know. But I'm not going to jump up and down anymore and play the poor, pitiful A.R. Hayes because I don't like what they're saying. So I'm going to start a combative video series to discredit it. And no, I'm not going to do that. You know what?
No.
Go, more power to you, man. You got a good amount of subs. They love you. They're listening to you. You're doing your thing, which leaves the door open for me on YouTube to do my thing. And guess what? YouTube's paying me to be able to do that. And it's because we all have that ability to do that, that I just have to stay in my lane and be respectful, because I want people to take me seriously and listen to me.
Yes,
And
sir.
if I'm being poor, pitiful, pouty A.R. Hayes, stomping my feet, trying to discredit you or anybody else, then I'm discredited just because I'm a crybaby and I'm not willing to listen to other people's thoughts.
Amen.
And that's just not right. So definitely, Dago, I love the idea. Get people up here that have a different view, have a different thought process. I want to hear it. I want to listen. I just want to take it all in. I'll even promise I won't talk for an hour. I'll just listen because I want that. I want that type of discussion in a respectful, real manner.
And we're gonna do that for the next part, of course. And you know, just because you will disagree with these people doesn't mean you can't talk. I just don't want people attacking each other.
Yeah,
And I
be
don't wanna
open-minded. Be very open-minded about the process.
That's it. That's all it is, you guys. It's no big deal. You know what I mean? There's people that I was talking to and looking at in here that have a completely opposite opinion of me, but I respect those people to no end in a higher aspect than I can explain to you. To the point that I want to react to their statements, and I will absolutely respect what they're saying. I may not agree completely with it, but I respect them more than the statement that we're having a disagreement about. You see what I'm saying? So that's the point. But now and again, thank you for enlightening me too. If everybody would please, even if you disagree, please at least hold Daniel and his family in your thoughts and prayers. The same with Lucky. Pete, I hear is still not 100%. Keep him in your thoughts. And anybody out there that you know is going through something, guys, just do that, okay? Because you would want the same thing done for you and your family. I know I would. And I know you guys are good for that. So that's all I'm saying. And I appreciate that info, Arctic, in a big way. I appreciate you joining me, Arctic. Nelly, it's an absolute honor. I missed you guys a lot.
I'm gonna have to go actually, Dago. Thank you.
I'm shutting this down. So thank you, Nelly, so much for joining us. I appreciate you, and I hope to see you the next time.
Okay. It's nearly midnight, and yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed. But thank you so much for having me up. It's been amazing talking to you all. Thank you, and hopefully see you soon.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day or night, I should say. Get some sleep, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, take care, guys.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You too. Again,
Bye,
AR,
Nelly.
thanks for joining, brother. As always, I appreciate you.
Well,
And I hope to see you again soon as well. Everybody in the chat, you guys have been amazing. I absolutely love and respect each and every solitary one of you. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Again, if you guys could please make sure to hit the like button and just pretend maybe for a little bit that you like me. Put that out there. I appreciate it. I'm look at me right. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys for part 2 of this. And you guys are amazing. God bless. I will see you all very soon. Oh, by the way, Mom, Mind of Monsters, I believe, is she still leaving in here? Are you still in here, Mom?
I haven't seen her for a minute.
Understood that she was having another live stream tonight, possibly. Yes, there she is. Are you still doing your show tonight, Mom? Absolutely. Eddie, thank you, brother, for joining us up here. And I always love hearing from you and having a conversation with you. I understand.
You guys are amazing. I'm going to say my goodbyes. Much love and respect to all of you. Great community. It's always a pleasure to come up here, and I thank you very much for allowing me.
Absolutely, bro. I'll talk to you soon. Mind of Monsters is having another show tonight. I think it's 8:30. I will be there. I hope to see a lot of you there as well. Please, if you will. I appreciate that very much. It's always an interesting night over there with Mind of Monsters. Do we have her link that we can put in the chat, please? Absolutely, Angel. You're always welcome. As are all of you, and I hope to see you all for part 2 of this. I appreciate that. Trying to find the link. I don't have the link. Hold on a minute, guys. There it is. Thank you, SRB, very much. There it is.
Thank you.
I would love to see all you guys over there. For those of you that are familiar, absolutely. And I will be there too. But everybody else, thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you all more than you know. Have an amazing rest of your day. I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye. And of course, the lovely Mama Bear. Thank you so much for refereeing, possibly, and keep your knee in line. I appreciate you very much, my dear. And we will see you guys soon, folks. Have a great one.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Your wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the string.